Alright, let's continue the facade of me knowing how this game goes and jump into our latest, potentially greatest assignment from Caesar. He sent me one of his parchments, and it reads the following. Governor, you've disappointed me for the last time. They say you sell only the lowest quality of ingots. Maybe you'll fare better in the wood economy. I'm sending you to a mountainous valley where you will provide me with legions, keep our borders secure, and provide the required timber imports. Also import the necessary products for a prosperous Roman city, and do not fail me, or the last timber you hold shall be the ore. Okay, so unsurprisingly, Toga Boy is in a bad mood. I don't know why. I always make him incredibly good. Fiscally surplus cities. Now he's sent me off here. What's the story? What are we meant to do? Well, this one comes in from Joss V, who made us a good map before. I wish I could remember what it was. There have been so many. But this one looks a little tough. I spent a bit of time looking at it. Not that I really managed to figure much out about it, but let's share what I've found so far. Our goals include 100 prosperity, 100 peace, and 100 favor. So we must keep Toga Boy happy, fulfilling pretty much all of his demands. We must never take damage from invasions, because we're under a strict time limit of, what's that, 25 years? 300 months? Yeah. And 100 prosperity means we need a really high quality of housing. That bears a question of how good housing can we get? Local materials don't shed a lot of light on that fact. There is no local pottery, there is no local oil, there is no local wine. So happy patricians might be a little bit tough to do. We can import vines to make wine, but we cannot import a second type of wine. So we're limited to grand villas. We're not limited to large villas because there are 3 types of food. There are vegetables and fruits that we can import, and we locally grow wheat. At least we have that going for us. We make our own marble, we make our own furniture and weapons. These are fairly lucrative goods to export. And Toga Boy did say he wanted us to do exports, and there are cities that buy this stuff up. I can also apparently import and export. So I can do an import-export economy where I, for example, buy up olives, crush them into oil, and then sell the oil. Might not be a bad idea, because if I need to reach good prosperity ratings, then I'm probably going to need to keep unemployment down by having all of my people work on such things. The margins are a lot worse that way, because you're going to pay for all the imports, and you get the seller's receive cost and the buyer's pay, which double down hurts you. So the margin made on making some oil isn't even 100 denarii. And that's before you factor in wages, and I bet the Rome wages go up in this one. Just a sneaking suspicion. Let's preemptively bring tax down to 0 and wages up to 2 above Rome. And let's save and save often right from the get-go. Not over Londinium Eternal. Good lord, no. What's this thing called? It was like Cisalpine something 01. Not that I think I've ever made more than 10 saves in one of my runs here. Change the Twitch category. Well spotted. Let's make sure all those Caesar 3 fans know where to go for the premium Caesar content. Cisalpine Valley. Okay, well, whatever. It's just a save game name. I'm not concerned about that. Right, what do we have to work with? Well, I'll tell you what we don't have to work with. Good building location. All of this is pretty terrible. There is a somewhat agreeable space here, but of course it's got this raised rock in its way. Raised rocks here as well. It's going to be costing me a not insignificant amount of money to clear all these trees. The water access is dire. There's a paltry stream, and this must be our seaborne trade. Worth noting that the only possible dock location is here. Okay, it's not showing up because of this, and I have to remove it eventually, so let's just get rid of it now. This is the only possible dock location. This won't work because the boats won't be able to get to here, and nothing works on this side. There is no fishing whatsoever, so that's a bit of a shame. So yeah, this will be a challenge of one's building prowess, which is good. I think that's the best challenge to have in Caesar 3. The terrain is bad, the ability to move your food and your water around is bad, putting down services will be difficult, space is a premium. These are all great challenges, which I love to see in a Caesar 3 map. On top of that, we have been warned to defend our borders. As such, it's a military map. Notably, there are no walls, there are no turrets, there's no military academy, so it's only untrained legions. Since we've been told that he wants our legions, that means we're probably going to need to make legionnaires if we want to do successful defense of the realm. So that means we're going to have to be making weapons, which we can only make locally, right? Can we buy them at all? Doesn't sell weapons, doesn't sell weapons, doesn't, and doesn't. Okay, well, yeah, we have to make our own then. Do you still play with gods off? Yeah, I do. However, wait, what? This is on. And it's on very hard mode. Wait, what? I don't play with these settings. Who changed my settings? Wait, do I play with very hard mode on? I think I do. I've actually forgotten. I think I do play with very hard mode on. Anyway, I'm playing with god effects on this map. Because we don't get small temples and we don't get oracles. So a big part of the challenge here is actually placating the gods. So I might as well keep god effects on. Normally I keep them off because I get really sick of doing god ghettos and spamming oracles. They just don't look good in cities, so off they go. But hey, might as well play this one as intended, right? Food access. There is a lot of arable land, which is good. It's not in a good location, which is bad. We've got edge of the map stuff here, but at least it's not an invasion point. We've got tucked around raised land here and fighting for resources. And we've got tucked against land here and raised land, but along very obvious invasion points. Obvious invasion point, obvious invasion point, obvious invasion point. Which means I will not really be building here. I won't really be building here. And I certainly won't be building here. At best, I could maybe build in this region and this region, but it's very, very dangerous. Population of 6,400 is quite a lot to get. That's probably 2.5 plebeian housing blocks plus patricians, and we do need patricians. So it looks challenging. The hard thing is to know where to even begin with this stuff. We're given a somewhat generous 7.5 grand to begin with, but I don't know how long that's really going to last. Well, might as well get going. I need space for building, so I'm going to clear this area. I think it's where we're going to be starting. The sheep, the greatest enemies of Rome, are of course occupying some prime building spots. The reason I'm clearing a bunch of this stuff is because there are limited locations to mine out marble and iron. As far as I could tell, there's nowhere around here because this is raised. It's raised platform, which is not rock. You must mine on rocks. So that means all this stuff that looks like it can be mined out cannot. Very troubling, isn't it? Nice map makers tend to put a bit of road next to the places that can be mined out to save the player from having to scout around like this. Fortunately, I've already put in the legwork. I'm pretty sure there are 4 locations. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. If there's a 5th or more, then I can't find it. Unfortunately, these locations are competing both on marble and on iron. I'm going to need iron for weapons, including exports. I'm going to need marble for making all of the god things. Extremely awkward. There's a lot of awkward things about this setup, but we'll just have to make do with it. I've already burned a lot of money clearing this stuff, and there's more to clear, because I think I want this as my building land. Yeah, and I probably don't want this road here either. Let's just get rid of all of this. Hopefully I'm not going to regret getting rid of all this wood. I may need it for cutting down trees later on. Don't the woods prevent you from seeing if a location is mineable? Only if it occupies all of the spots. There we go. So these are both agreeable, but this is a 2x2 building, so it has to go here or here. But yeah, these things do kind of block it, but if it only partially blocks it, then some of your building will still show up in green, and that's how you know it's mineable. So I gotta mine out here and make my food here, and I'm probably gonna make a housing block right here. How's that housing block going to look? I don't know. At least it's close to the entry point, which is something I always really appreciate. But I'm gonna need... these bleeding sheep are gonna get in my way. Annoyingly, you can't just temporarily put down some buildings to make your road around. So either I build all of my farms and I don't even staff them, or I'm in hot water. I don't like being in hot water. It's too hot. Really hard to know where I'm going to put these things. Because it's not like these things are free either. They cost 40 denarii a pop. 10 of those, that's 400, and that's a significant sum of my money gone already. Jake, you're not using the on plus god effect. Oh, you're right, you're right. I used to use on plus. That's it, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. It's been so long I forgot. That's right, I play with Gone Effects on plus, which means they only give you the negative things. Right, right. Glad I remember that. Let's see, how long has it been? Can anyone actually check when my last Caesar 3 run was? Because there's so much I've managed to forget. A bad thing, since I'm meant to be like God's gift to Caesar 3 play, at least live play. There are some people that can build better cities than me in offline play, or non-streamed play rather. Alright, how are we going to shape all these farms around here? I think I'm going to do something like this. And then at some point we'll have more of them going around. I mean, if I just have lots of people coming into my city, it's not a huge, big, bad thing. Tell you what, I can do the outer side ones and then keep the inside free. That also stops me tangling with the fierce, fuzzy enemies of Rome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Should be able to squeeze in the guts of 10 of them here, which is agreeable. How desperately do I need iron mines operational, I wonder? Well, one way or another, there's going to be an iron mine here, a mine here, maybe a marble thing here. I'll have some industry over here, and I'll need very quick access to labor here, which means the granary needs to go probably there. There are a few questions that need answered. Where can I get my 2x2 mergers? By the way, if you're a really, really filthy cheater, you can mine the entry and exit signs. But I haven't done that since I was like, I don't know, 12 years old or so. Is what I'll claim. Pretty sure I've shown it off on stream before. August 2024. My lord, good grief, that's a long time. Well, it does explain why I've forgotten so much here. Right, so I know that this road's going to be coming along somewhere or another like this. How can I go and touch you? There's no escaping need for the marble quarry. Of course, it's just off for a lot of things I want to do here. I can do this. Yeah, and then I can have another mine over here. Where's the next mine? Goes there, which means the road has to come 1, 2 along here, 1, 2. Unless you're telling me this can be moved along a bit, which it cannot. It can be moved down a bit, but then it blocks itself, so no thank you. 1, 2. Given the pattern that has to be done here, though, I wonder if I wouldn't be better off doing a snaky snake like so. That allows the walkers to potentially move faster on the way back. And then what? Might be useful to have this space for something. It's a plausible 3x3 area. Is that true? Yeah, I might need this for, say, a gladiator house or anything akin to that. So I'm going to keep it free for exactly that. There's our 3x3. Could be useful later. And then we bring it back like S Club Juniors. Who brought it back? Was it the Juniors or was it S Club 7? I think I see a potential for you here. Yes, there are a few things I like about this placement. You come in through the back route, you come in through that way. There is a potential for housing here. I gotta look in really close and look for the pink pixel. Really close. I think there's a pink pixel there. Let me look really, really close. The microphone's kind of getting in that way there. Can't actually tell. I shouldn't have built the granary first, should I? I don't think there is. Maybe I'll be able to build a 2x2 house right here. comes with its own problems, of course, like getting supplies or getting anything. But I need labor access for these guys, so let's take a chance on you. That's one of the first ones that I want inhabited anyway. Now, I'm going to have a probably very sad labor area here, or else these guys aren't going to reach anything, which means I'm going to have an unorthodox housing block right here. Yeah, unorthodox for sure. Of course, this thing gets in the bleeding way, but it's a pretty much expected outcome at this point. Don't want to waste space, so I think we just come straight away over here. Although I'm wasting a ton of space here, aren't I? Yes, I am. Don't like wasting space. How long would I reasonably want this to be? Maybe 20, given the shape of everything. So can we come down to... I dropped it. Come down to about here. Although then again, if this is 20 long, that means the inside's only 18. Yeah, but I worry about how far these guys can walk. Alright, so at some point down there we'll be okay. Inside here is 11. 11 is an awkward number, but we'll just have to cope with that. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sure. And then 1, 2, 1, 2. Ghastly shape, but it might be too long for walkers to make their way fully around, but we'll try. I could trim off a little bit here, but there's decent space for various things. And they should be okay with theatre and amphitheatre. Oh god, I've forgotten all of my numbers. Hold on, let me go and dig out my Caesar 3 information folder here. Most important thing I want is entertainment and taxes, yeah. You'd think I'd have this committed to memory, but my memory doesn't work like most people's. Or you could just stop it at it doesn't work. Memorization is not a thing I'm particularly capable of, even on this thing that I've done again and again for many, many decades. Does Jake know the invasion points? It's pretty clearly here, here, and here. So we have a very clear area of where not to build vital infrastructure. Okay, I think we could pretty much start here. Let's make sure that the granary is only accepting wheat. There we go. It might look like I changed nothing there, but I'm pretty sure by pressing that button, we have invisibly set it to not accept vegetables or fruit, which is quite important. Alright, I'm going to unpause a little bit, get our first people moving on in.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
And then we begin filling up with populace. Not the Super Nintendo God game, though. I actually wasn't a fan of that. So I'm doing a little trick here, which has no gameplay effect, but I will make good use of it. By dragging a little one-wide deletion tool, you actually change the graphic of the tile, which does not have any gameplay effect, but what I did was I added a little pink pixel to certain tiles so that I know where merger points are and are not. It's not at all cheating, because you could just memorize all of the patterns to know where mergers will happen, and mergers are very important gameplay-wise. Unfortunately, my memory wouldn't handle that, so instead I just look for a little pink pixel, and the pink pixel means you cannot merge at that point. Merger points seem like a bad game mechanic. Well, that's probably why it was removed in Augustus. But, much as I don't like them, I still roll with them. So, I could actually get a merger right here, I know that much, and then you're safe along here. And then that means that I can merge here rather happily. How am I going to do this, actually? I think we just go heavy with 1x1s. So if I know that you're okay, and that you are okay, and that you are okay... Well, assuming that I haven't made some dastardly mistake, this all looks very, very good. I can get mergers galore here. And I'll probably want a lot of service buildings around here so they can walk up this way and around this way. So try and save as much of this for service buildings as I can. Even so, when mergers are easily available, I should be going for them. Wom, bom, bom. Does make all this a much more delicate operation than it probably should be. I have to remember that we have to use large temples here, 3x3s that they are. There is fortunately a very clean route for people to enter and exit the city here. As long as I don't block off this specifically, I don't need to worry about road to Rome access to the rest of my city. Yeah, because I don't want to leave a gap here or here if I can avoid it. That's fine then. Well, I'm going to want a lot of people in my city fast, but it costs quite a lot of money to be putting down plots of land. Well, them's the breaks. I want something here. I could just not be fishing for mergers right now, and I could just slap down this. But the early start here feels delicate enough to... You know, I'm bored already. Just slam them down. Alright, go for it. Slam down some here as well, for good measure. Alright, that'll do. That'll do, donkey. Single engineer here should be able to get around this and up here, no bother. Put a second one here for good measure. Although I reckon one of them could do both from there. I don't want to risk everything falling apart. Prefects remain important, though. Very important indeed for things to not just explode. I think that's what Blobber calls them. No explodey, no explodey. So you please make your rounds around here. That's 1, 2, 3. That should be okay as long as I don't bugger off down here too often. And then similarly, I love these little points where there's only a 1x1 space. That way you can just snugly put those in. I want a doctor for these people as well, of course. This seems fine since I know it's a 1x1 free area. Is there anything that's finer though? Nope, that'll do. Gotta keep my people healthy after all. Ah, Joss V is here saying, I hope you enjoyed the map. Well, me too. I also hope that my prefects go and kill these sheep. Pretty sure sheep don't respawn. But I've been sure about things in the past. So that merged as I expected it would. And what I can do is have these ones merge, like so. Like so. Like so. You can save yourself some people. Like, one person will go towards one building as an immigrant. But the problem, of course, is if you have a merger, that becomes one building. And if you have 4 separate plots, that's 4 separate buildings. So you can speed up your initial immigration by putting down 1x1s like that. That's a little trick I learned from somebody. Honestly, I forget who.
Could you spare a little bread? I haven't eaten for so long.
Yeah, I need my people to come in considerably faster than this, though.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
Well, it's February and things look good already. But we need things to look better than good. We've got to get some food going for our people. The granary has no access to employees. It's a bit of a shame. Their only access to employees is this little tent here. I should probably consider putting down a temporary tent for labor. I hate those, right? Everybody hates tent labor. But actually, if I put it here, and I can put it here, desirability will be rough, but access to labor will be good. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Because the access to this guy is a little bit ropey. Access to this will be very good. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, we're bringing in the people. I can get another one of my 2x2 mergers right here. And we're murdering those sheep.
The city's defenses should never have let the enemy through. I'll fight to the death. This city's safe while I'm still alive. This soldier's too strong for me.
Oh, the Welshman goes to battle. Alright, there we go. The food can start piling on in. Once I have a reasonable amount of it, I'll start putting down my marketplaces. I also need to consider watering my plebes. Water access could prove a little tough. Actually, maybe not. That's an aqueduct, Jake. Oh, I'm thrown off because the well is removed here. That's still an aqueduct. Get a fountain. The range on this could be a little tricky, but only a little. I could, for example, throw a fountain there if I have the range for it, but I'm thinking more a fountain here covers a lot of them. is quite good. I can put you here. That'll cover pretty much everybody in this region as well. Without blocking too much. They're not very pleasant neighbors. Nobody likes living next to one of these things. But even so, that kind of stuff can be offset because we have been very generously given access to statues and gardens, but notably not plaza. We also get the forum. If I didn't have forums, this would be a very, very concerning map. As it stands, it's just a marginally concerning map. I think this is a very good location for the reservoir. I'll need more, of course, but where? That doesn't seem too shabby. Doesn't block off too much. Sure. Then I can aqueduct you over. And that also probably doesn't block off too much. No need for magical Roman water yet. The wood economy is already in recession. It's only been like 3 months. Can I get some time here? Check for fire risk because tents love to explode. I actually feel like I should have put down one additional prefect. We'll see how our mergers go. Are these wanting to merge? If the answer is no, it's a reasonable... Actually, it's a very good place for my temple, because it'll affect a lot of buildings from there, and it'll offset anybody that gets cheesed off by you. So yeah, these ones are going to go, and we'll keep this as a temple area.
I've been thrown out of my home. I've got nowhere to live.
Sorry, Nicky the homeless. Well, I'm not sorry at all, but you do have to go. What was I just talking about building? I think it was a prefect. Or rather, another prefect. You were already a good spot for that, though. Yeah, put another prefect here. I might even just put down 2 prefects. Good to use good fire safety techniques. And I'm a big fan of just having lots of population early on, so let's just slam down a lot of houses. You're at the mercy of the speed at which people come in, and I'm not willing to, one by one, all of these to maximize immigration. Life is good. Oh, well, I've made a mistake already. The prefects should have gone here. This is free space right here. I can consider moving them later. I need to consider how I make money, though. How do I make money? I also need to get my marble on the go immediately, or else the gods are going to have their filthy way with me. But I also need iron. Gosh, I'm stuck for decisions here. Of course, the sheep have gone and invaded my iron... No, that's not where I'm doing iron. Okay, we're fine. Wait, that is... Gonna need you to kill that sheep, please. Oh, well, that makes them clear off anyway. They go away if you build under or near them, but you can't build on top of them with structures. Yeah, we gotta go digging for marbles quickly. Once I have a large temple to each of the gods, then I can probably tear down 1 or 2 of these in favor of iron. I don't know how fast I'm going to be needing weapons, but I'm going to assume it's fairly quickly. Because the alternative is not assuming that and ending up in a very, very bad situation. For now, just accept marble, please. Anyone have a win out or lose on Caesar 3 Master J? I don't think anybody has compiled that information. But generally, I'm quite good at it. Alright, I think the market ladies are going to have a lot of work cut out for them, so I have no problem putting down no fewer than 3 marketplaces. There's also a good chance that they waste their time walking off in this direction, so maybe even 4 isn't overkill. What's that? The gods are unhappy. You don't say. I am astonished that the gods are not happy. Well, let's get marble hauling. Risk of fire is surprisingly high here already. Come on, prefects. I think they're walking down this way too often. Like I said, this is not in my normal building operation. Yeah, these guys are getting way too fiery way too quickly. Alright.
I'm off to collect more supplies.
You're going to go and get that. As soon as I can have religion, I'll be able to bring up my population to a taxable level of housing. And I'm probably going to need to tax very, very quickly. I see money being an issue very fast on this map. If I'm going to do that, I want to make absolutely sure that I have a lot of jobs for them. So I should probably get wheating as much as a man can wheat. 1, 2... 3. I can have 3 additional in addition to my existing... Oh, no, I can have 4 additional. We can have 10. That's even more wheat than probably necessary. Alright, that's a good sign. I don't know this guy. Right, the wheat's coming in. Still contemplating that 4th market. Probably good for consistency, right? The housing looks okay by and large, but okay isn't great. I want to make absolutely sure I'm reduced to 2x2. This is a nightmare. Oh, that's also a nightmare. Everybody's unhappy because I haven't been playing friendly with Venus. I haven't been playing friendly with any of the gods because I got no bleeding marbles. Oh well, who can really screw me right now? I suppose Mars could invade me. But if the invasion is over here... Wait, no, they can get over this way. Ooh. Well, I just have to hope I don't get invaded by Mars, but usually he doesn't send an invasion right at the start of the game. He's not that cruel. He's pretty cruel, though. This did not work out very well. It looked like it would, but then it didn't. Yeah, this whole area did not merge very well. And you get in the way of a lot of nice buildings by yourself. Well, that's what I get for being lazy. The thing is, I can get a lot of 2x2s here. If I do that and I aggressively put in regular houses in the other places, that might work out well for me. Sure. No point wasting my time with 1x1s anyway.
I've been thrown out of my home!
I know. I'm going to bring wages really high because Venus just made everybody hate my guts. I'm taxing at 0, which usually overcomes a lot of problems, but it doesn't overcome all of the problems. Alright, let's start watering my smelly Romans. That's what my mother used to say. She'd call them smelly Romans. Smelly because they were always needing a bath. On reflection, she was probably not talking about the Romans. She was talking about her son who spent all of his time playing video games. There's a slight problem with watering my Romans right now. My Romans. I'm sure you can tell what it is. It's a significant lack of mergers for the rest of them, so I should probably just max out my my 2x2s right now. With this amount of food, I can have a ton of 2x2s here, so why don't we just go for it? That means I have to zoom in really close. Can I get a 2x2 here? No, I already decided I'll be using that for a temple. Come on, Jake, stick with your own ideas here. Annoyingly, that makes this a good place for... Ooh, hold on, I just had a brainwave, although it's an expensive one. I could clear this and move my mergers back one. I hate to do this, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to say it. And now, surely there's space for 2x2s here. Well, not there. But I think I can get one here. It's not very good. And you were a no-go as well. So this 2x2 was a no. But I can get a 2x2 here, I'm certain. It's a delicate operation. See, on the one hand, I like the idea of Augustus removing the mergers thing. But on the other hand, it just doesn't feel quite right. I know, impossible to please. There we go. As long as people get in and go there, things will be alright. It must be a relative of Bigus Dickus. Sometimes I fly a little close to the sun with the names I give characters in the games that I play offline. And I always think, that's fine, I'm not going to be using this profile when I'm streaming. Alright, now if I could kindly have some marbles, life would be good, because these guys can't evolve without religion. And come to think of it, actually, there's a good chance that the priest won't go this far. But I need extra temples anyway, so I guess I could shove one over here, rather than God ghettoing up. Actually, it'd be better here, because then it could give desirability to the bunch of you. What's the range on desirability on a large temple? Is it 5 or 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need it to be 6 if it's going to affect you. Well, I suppose it doesn't have to get that far. Also, I wouldn't build there anyway, because that's used for my food, isn't it? Tell you what, I want to save and save often here. If I do die, I actually don't want to go all the way back to the very start, because building all this stuff is a bit of a pain. Just a little. Wait, this is meant to be here. Whoops, I forgot to build that. You can't build a house that's more than 2 tiles away from the road, otherwise it despawns. But once they merge, then the whole thing is one building, so as long as one part of it is within 2 tiles of road, it will survive. Alright, we have 2 bits of marble. Which god is most important to not kill me right now? I don't care about Neptune. Ceres actually isn't that bad. I have a lot of food saved up. Mercury would set fire to my granary, paradoxically getting rid of the marbles that he needs to keep himself happy. So that narrows things down rather easily. Mars, we love you. He might even give me a guardian spirit to... Oh wait, no, we have god effects on plus. No positive effects from gods. Wonderful. The bitter anger of Mars is upon you, Dick Suckham. Smile swiftly if you so dare, for though you have no military assets this day, Mars will not be so lightly insulted. Okay. Thanks for the warning, Mars. Bizarrely helpful of a Roman god. Puny god. Any more 2x2s to sneak in here, because this isn't actually very dense in terms of housing right now. Far from it. Still contemplating what else can be done here. Don't want to block this part off, as I mentioned earlier. But a lot of this is a no-go. There. Neptune can claim his oil later on, but not right now. The thing is, Neptune can't do anything to me. I have no fishing boats, and I don't do any seaborne trading yet. And by the time I do, he'll have forgotten about all the nasty things I've said and done. It's a delicate operation. I wish it wasn't so delicate. So I can't put a 2x2 there. Could probably put a 2x2 here. Notably, my money is drying up really rather quickly. There we go. Merging, merging, merging. As are several gods intended. Right, how's that religious access going? I sincerely doubt he's going to go all the way up here, so I'm probably going to need to find some way to sneak a temple in. I could underproduce wheat if I'm confident this will be enough. I don't think I'm shoving 3,000 people in here, so we'll forgo one of our wheat granaries. And instead we'll have another temple here, probably to Venus, because Venus has an awful... Oh, okay. Whoa! Wait, was that granary or Okay, he got rid of some granary stuff. He didn't get rid of the marble, which is good, because I need the marble to keep him happy. Super happy to catch you playing some Caesar 3. What's the trick with this map? Well, I covered it early on, but in general, the difficulty is high requirements with extremely tight space and very limited local resources. I've got to rely on the wood economy here, it seems. I do well to count how many houses I've got. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... Whoa! That's almost a problematically large number of houses. I might actually have to delete 2 of them. 40 is awkward. Well, more than 40 is awkward. 40 is sweet. What's 40 times 80? 160, 320. Wow, I'm going to need all 10 of these things. Right, so I do have too many houses. That's potentially good. So I want to find a house that's getting in the way of more than it should. Like you. And just destroy you. And then any other house that's just, you know, awkwardly in the way. This thing is quite awkwardly in the way. Not too much, though, but I could fit a 3x3 in its current spot. Thing is, I'll probably use this for dodgy labor access with a road running perpendicular to it. This is on a corner that could have a large building, like a Colosseum. Could be useful. Actually, a Colosseum here would go a long way. Because with a Colosseum, I could put a gladiator school and a lion tamer here, and it would fulfill the needs of all of everybody. Alright, down you go.
I've got nowhere to live.
Music to my freaking ears. Alright, I'm a little bit desperate, so I'm going to have to start watering and taxing my plebes. They're all in delicious 2x2s. And we're pretty much promising ourselves not to have more of them, right? Alright, well, let's get to work. That waters a lot of you rather nicely. Oh, that's just shy of doing some good watering. That's quite good, though. That's very good, in fact. That's quite good. That's very good. And then just one more and we've got everybody. Looks good to me. Oh, that's beautiful. I love seeing en masse evolution in this game. Right, the market lady is going to be hard at work stocking all that food, which is all the more reason I want more wheat at the ready. Wheat, wheat, wheat. I also need to create jobs to keep these people off my back, because the unemployment's going to cause some problems very soon. Probably going to go into debt at this rate. Caesar won't be happy, but when is he ever? And as I said, Venus needs to be made remarkably happier. Venus temple here. Potential for Venus temple here. I think here is better. I need the boost in happiness. I also need those sheep to get out of my freaking way. You too, Nikki. That's Mars, that's Venus. Those are the 2 biggest heavy hitters done. Next will be Neptune, so he doesn't literally burn down my granary with fireballs from the sky, and then we'll follow that up with Ceres. Neptune we can continue to ignore for a while. Still need to create a lot more jobs, though. And there's going to be a lot more jobs needed as these people evolve. I'll be unable to effectively tax them at the current rate. I think I'll just keep them as overworked hovel dwellers, because in order to bring them up to small insulae, I'll have to import pottery or clay. Clay seems like the most reasonable thing, because I can do it by land from Damascus. But not yet. Did someone say debt? Yeah, your power word there, Kaladin. Do I have it at the ready? Oh, who am I kidding? We always have it at the ready. I believe it's called notbroke.jpg. Here is Kaladin playing Victoria 3. Just after he said, we're not broke. Oh, I can't... Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't be getting too cocky right now. I've got some not being broke to do myself here. You buy pottery, you buy my wood. Buying my wood is good. But it's not that good. It is, however, still something I can sell. And selling is good. If I can slam down an excessive amount of timber yarding, which I could do around here, I could set up an industry over here. Not really where I want it. I mean, it's good building land, but in the end, I'm going to need a central industry, and it's well placed to suckle the worker labor pool from here. I cleared too many of my trees. I knew that was going to be a problem, and here it is being a problem. Yeah, I think I need to get going with my lumber industry. It'll keep people working, and it'll keep people working in a way that makes me money, and that's got to be a good thing. Probably wanting a small bridge here later on that leads over to the dock for other exports, right? Yeah, you buy wood as well. Whoa, a lot of people buy wood. Wood economy is going to be my crutch, it seems. Maybe I should have considered that before I was looking into taxes. Although ultimately getting them both is best. Taxes are always better than exports in terms of money making. I cleared away too many of my trees, damn. Certainly suffering from that a little bit right now. Not entirely, though. Right, how many of these things do they even want? You want 25 and you want 25. That's 50. One of these do like 8 point something a year, so I want 6 of them minimum. I could just have this go all the way up. It gets rid of some valuable spaces for improving the desirability, which is certainly something I'm going to want to do. I also need space for god ghettoing. God help me. Prefecture making the rounds will certainly help here. And if you can have one, have two, because I never trust my buildings not to explode on me. Thinking about it, setting up the seaborne trade might not be the worst idea either. Which is all the more reason to have this nearby where we do potential trading. Sure. For now, I want you to take the timber. This is definitely burning through my money at a nebulous rate. Don't think I care about maxing out my wood quotas every year. It's certainly not when I get the boats involved. Because at that point, import-export economy is probably better. Although, with only one dock, the ability to import-export is reduced. Importing is slow, exporting is fast. They do buy my weapons, though. Does anyone buy my marble? Yes, okay. I'm not willing to sell my marble yet, because I need to placate all the gods first. Especially Neptune if I'm going to be doing it by sea. But for now, that's a good sign. And this will employ rather a lot of people, although at the same time not enough. People buy my furniture, right? Yeah, they do. Okay, that's an excellent sign. We can sell some furniture. Not bad. I'm also going to need to make furniture. What's the quota on furniture selling? I think I'll be fine with 2 furniture warehouses then. Workshops, rather. Then I'll have you accept timber and furniture. And once I have a bit of that, I'll set up the trade route and then sell rather than risk Caesar's ire so soon. 600 denarii to open that trade route. And they get more expensive the further they are. Mega expensive for the naval trade routes. Oh well, not unexpected, so let's not complain. Although complaining feels good, so maybe we should.
Unemployment is worryingly high here.
It's going to be worryingly high for quite a while, my friend, but I'll see to it when I can. Venus is still very angry, but she'll see the funny side soon enough. Mercury needs to be placated, though. Please get me that marble. There's also the idea to set up my military swiftly. But currently, if I'm doing anything, it needs to be stuff that eats up my my labor force. But the lack of raw materials is quite grim. Yeah, it needs to be import-export. Maybe I built too many houses. I can't think of a good way to suck up labor unless I build a water park. For now, though, give it time. They don't like the look of where they live, and I don't blame them. It's all quite grim. And the market's taking its time to distribute the food, which is not unsurprising. Markets can take quite a while to do that. To the point where I will actually have 2 more markets, because I'm not convinced they'll do a particularly good job. Ceres destroys all my crops. It's a relatively mild thing, because the crops bounce back immediately. Okay. Her big curse does leave them follow for quite a while, though, which is less good. Considerably less good. Alright, we can make another god happy, and it has to be Mercury here. I think Mercury Temple here will make sufficient number of places happy to live in. Yeah, it also makes sense to put him next to all the industry. And then the next round of marble, and there it is right there. And then we can keep Ceres happy, so she probably won't curse us the second time. Excellent. Alright, so we've cleared one of the first major hurdles, which is not having all the gods want to kill me. I could just get rid of this, really. But I think not. Having a hard time deciding where to put things. See, the space here is going to be needed for other things. But I don't want to god ghetto everything over here. It's meant to be where my industry park is. I guess I could put her over here. She doesn't do any good for these people, but in the end we still need these. Yeah, I'm just deeply saddened by having to build something very useful out of the way like that. That's why oracles are so nice. Oracles make all the gods happy, and they're only 2 by 2, and they're very good for desirability. No end to the good that an oracle can do for you. Alright, gonna stack up that wood, and we're probably gonna be selling it real soon, because Caesar's about to blow his fuse. Oh, hang on, am I paying myself? Ah, I've got a clerk's salary. Alright, I'm going to add a citizen to keep Caesar a little bit happier. I could send him a little manuscript, but we'll hold on to that 30 denarii just in case. Never know if this this level has something like Change of Empire. Or Change of Emperor, rather. Good space for a big statue here, which is annoying. Because these people are not yet desirable enough. The prefect, of course, isn't helping matters. But I do want to tax these people. I should at least get them registered for taxation. Might even build 2 of them. Taxation's going to be so important. Yeah, there we go. Operation Screw the Plebes will be in full effect. A good chance he walks up in that direction, but at the same time, I need a lot of things walking up and down here. To that extent... He's definitely going to cover these guys easily. It's just, I don't want these guys escaping the wrath of my tax collectors. Not by a long shot. Yeah, space is tight on this map. If I haven't mentioned it already, I'll mention it again. Spaces are tight. I'll shove you over here. You'll probably pay for yourself going down that way. We're entering debt anyway, so let's just embrace it. Oh, attacks are on their way already. Right, well, life can be ugly. Let's start selling the wood. And should I just embrace the debt? I think I will just embrace the debt. 25 loads of wood to sell is not a lot of money, though. How much money do I make per chunk of wood? 35. And it almost pays for the trade route opening this. Maybe I should open this one to get rid of my furniture as well. Yeah, sure. Alright, now we're in heavy amounts of debt. Sell every bit of... No, don't import it. Sell every bit of furniture. Sell every bit of timber. 2,500 denarii in debt.
You got through those funds quickly. Try to make these new funds last longer.
How about that, Caesar? Neptune's not very happy. He sinks every bleeding boat. Fortunately, there are no boats. Quite extreme, though. If you rely upon fishing or naval trade, this is the worst.
My governors think money grows on trees.
The worst. I have so much unemployment, and there's going to be a whole lot more.
Food, so I'm on my way home.
Well, I'm going to have to start taxing, and taxing hard. Fortunately, my people love me. But if I don't clear up this unemployment, they're not going to love me for long. Could build about 70 fountains. That would be not without cost, though. It'd be like $1,000. Also, people are only going to pay me rent if their place is desirable enough. So I'm just going to, since I'm already in debt, just throw this thing down. Evolve, damn it. Wow, that's still not enough. Come on. These people are waiting on food from the market. We're working hard on that one, but maybe not hard enough. There goes the lumber.
A good day to you. I love coming here. Business is going very well.
I need business to go a whole lot better than well for me, though. Can you buy my... No, they don't want to buy my furniture.
Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
There's a lot of things I need to expand upon infrastructure-wise. Furniture should net me some decent dosh. 150 a pop. But there's a whole lot more selling to be done. Do I care? Actually, couldn't I sell my marbles? Yeah, if we can get out of this bad swing, we'll be pretty good. Sell the marbles. The trouble is I certainly need weapons. There's no way they give you ability to make weapons and such a tight extraction area. Wait, what if Caesar asked for loads of marbles? Well, you have to imagine the priority right now is getting out of debt. So if Caesar wants his marbles, he's just going to have to suck on a few of them. Once I'm out of debt, and if I start making actual money, particularly off taxation, we can start worrying about such things. For now, though, with the power of taxation...
These houses pay so little tax, it hardly seems worth my time.
And the power of selling loads of wood, I need to claw my way out of debt. Sure doesn't look like it's happening, does it? Just believe.
Unemployment is very high here. I'm thinking of leaving.
Quiet, Hirsch. Yes, taxation regardless of representation. It's our shoe-in-to-win policy here. Really worried about the lack of a barracks, but as you can see, money situation not good.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Sorry, just get the sales going, especially the marbles and the furniture. Get myself out of debt, get my head above water, and then we can start building up the infrastructure things we need. I have managed debt in this game more times than I care to think, and I can do it again. He says spending money on niceties, but the niceties get us tax-paying residents here. And they only pay tax when they're in small hovels or better on very hard mode. On easier difficulties, you can just tax tents. Nobody cares. But on very hard mode, if they are, if they're in tents or shacks, they're not going to pay you a penny. If I'm exceedingly lucky, I can get out of debt before the turn of the month, turn of the year rather, and then Caesar won't. Wow, he's very unhappy, isn't he? Well, Caesar won't be too unhappy. Buy marbles. It's going to take more than a bit of wood selling to get me out of this. You've incurred my wrath, says Neptune. Yeah, well, what are you going to do? Splash me? You might splash me. I should have made more furniture at this rate. 2 of these wasn't enough. But I don't want to spend more money because it's all hands on deck to get out of debt right now. Problem is taxes aren't covering wages right now. People are pleased with me, but they don't love me anymore because unemployment is ludicrously high. Oh, here comes the wood brigade, just in time to be sold. How about the furniture brigade? They're going back and forth to the marbles. Might get me out of here, though. It's possible. The furniture could save me.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
Oh, we're in the black, baby. Not bad, not bad. Keep the sales going. All right, now we're relatively comfortably in the black. I say that, but I'm quite certain Caesar's going to take more than I can afford in tribute real soon. Also, population is higher than my temples can afford, so I actually need a second round of temples soon-ish. It's okay if the gods are indifferent and whatnot, but let's not cheese them off.
The
Uh-oh.
market is out.
Greetings. The governor clearly doesn't care about me, so I'm gonna show him how I care about his city.
So, the people living in tents are not happy that everybody else gets to live in not tents whilst they still are subjected to my tax rate. Tax rate is global unhappiness, whether or not people pay taxes, whether or not they're even registered for taxes.
If you want to know what cities look like when they burn, watch carefully.
Fortunately, my police are well trained in community
Deal
relations.
with the governor. I'll fight to the death. This soldier's too strong for me.
There we go, now he's been dealt with. He shall trouble my city no longer.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Are you playing the modded version? I'm playing Julius, which is vanilla plus. Has some quality of life stuff, but doesn't change any gameplay. Believe it or not, I think I should stop selling the marble. I have a feeling that this is a map that you cannot just sell all your marbles in. I like the money, though, but I have a feeling Caesar's going to demand loads of it. Normally, I wouldn't let a feeling like that perturb me. But on a map like this, where I only have 4 mining spots, I should be a bit more cautious. I think we're going to start making weapons already. So I'm going to take one of these, which is complete. No employees live nearby. That's a big problem. They're not able to get labor properly. Uh-oh. I could make a very angry tent over here. Ooh, yeah, that is a rather large problem. I could make a very angry tent. Don't like angry tents. Why are you having so much problems? You're coming out here and you're just not able to get that far for some reason. You work some of the time, though. Glad I noticed that problem now rather than later, but it's good to see you come out this way. Alright, I'm going to make a very, very angry tent right here. At least if it burns down, there's nothing to burn down around it, but it will get him some much-needed labor access. So I hope. Even so, I'm going to wait for one of these to be done and deliver their marble load, and then I'm going to replace it with iron into weapons. There, you're done, and you're delivered, signed, sealed, and then I delete you and replace you with irons. Police chief. And then we're going to want weapons. 1 might not be enough. But my choices remain limited. Alright, there we go. We'll start making weapons as best we can. One of the few things Emperor did better, workers having to live near their place of employment, is cool in theory, but it just results in sad tents. That's why you do cities where you end up not having tents, or you just don't use them. I'm using them because, you know, this is being done on stream. It's challenging. I gotta make sure that I go in for the win. But when I clean up my cities, I make sure that there's no tent labor.
If more food doesn't arrive soon, there won't be anyone left to pay any tax.
Oh, I'll make sure they pay taxes. You pay rent again. Starting to think I should double up on my furniture production here. It's better money than wood. And I may want it for evolving my houses. No, that's actually not relevant yet. That is not good labor access. I could put another one down here. Two small tents, double the anger. The enemies are closing in. I should really come up with an answer for that. We're making the weapons, but I think prior to that, I'm going to need to create an army. Right, how's this going to go other than out of my budget? I think we put our armies up here, maybe even some more armies down here, because I'm not likely to build any houses, at least in this area, because it's obviously invasion points. I'll get the javelins to go first. I think I get 1, 2, 3. Looks like I could. And that doesn't block the way out. No, alright, there we go. I can put one there. And I think I can fit one more here. Does that look like it fits? Oh, like a glove. Alright, there we go. Remember, these are not academy trained. They're going to fight like dirt. But then again, so does dirt. And that saved Russia in World War II, so let's hope it works out for me. I'm still concerned about their poor access to employees, but I'm doing the best I can. What's the name of the premise of the map? Cisalpine Valley. Early economic struggles, no access to oracles or small temples, so the gods are permanently angry. Military threat, angry toga boy. Yeah, nothing new, right? The gods are wrathful. Is that what people complain about?
Greetings. This city urgently needs more food.
It'll take a while for the food inertia to get there, but it will get there. We produce much more food than we eat. It's just a question of people stocking their pantries right now. That unemployment's pretty damn huge. I need to start import-export pretty soon, despite the upfront cost. And it is an upfront cost, to be sure. I wonder if I could be so bold as to do a low bridge over here. That's better for labor access. Just in case things don't work out. I don't want that expense, though. How would I even do import-export? I can import vines and export wines. I was able to export wines, right? Yeah, I can. I don't want to export my weapons. I need those for my armies. Exporting more wood might not be all that bad, but I actually tore down way too many of my forests. I can still make more here. That's not out of the question. Could even make more here, actually, yeah. Quite a bit more here. Access to labor shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, just make lots and lots of wood. Tons of people are willing to buy it. I'm just worried that exporting the wood will get in the way of my import-export economy. The import-exports need to be very, very close to the dock, because the dock workers are so bloody slow. But I need to choose the best good here. I could pay 44 for vines and make 160 off of the wine. That's better than making oil. That's got to be a good idea, right? I'm just not happy with the costs, but, you know, the sooner I get it done, the sooner it pays itself off, right? Caesar can't be angry forever, I keep telling myself. So if I slam a warehouse down here, it'll be very, very quick to fill up with vines. And the wine pressing could be done over here. It's not too egregiously far for the cart pusher to go. Of course, the shorter the distance he has to cover, the better. But I would want a second warehouse here, or maybe even more industry over here. There's ideas. They're not all good, but they're not all bad. Maybe even sidelining my wood production? He's continuing to think. There is also the emergency tenting idea, which might not be the world's worst one right now. In fact, in the interest of stability, I think I should tent this one up right now. And I'll slam a prefect right next to it so it doesn't burn down. You should take care of that. You should take care of other things. And now that means that I can drag out more industry in this direction without worry about labor access. Does it? Contemplating where exactly we get the additional wood from. I'm seeing something. It's a delicate operation, but it usually is. Am I really gonna want 4 more of these? I guess so. I need the industry pretty badly right now. There we go. No matter which way it goes, it's going to get access to labor, so that's no big deal. And that means we can put our wineries here, here. How much of this stuff am I going to be printing out? You buy all of the wine at only 15 units. Ah, but you buy even more. Okay, and how much vines can I buy? 20. I can buy a lot of vines. Okay, this import-export economy is going to be really good for us. It's going to print a lot of money, and in addition, it's going to chew up a lot of labor.
My governors think money grows on trees.
Which means you are going to become the wine and vine acceptor. And we're going to get on this work immediately. Import the vines, export the wine. And that means we don't even have to open up a sea trade route for it, because there's a lot to be bought here. Alright, sweet. Assuming that we keep our head above water for this year, we should be in a good position. How much is taxing helping me out? Not an insignificant amount. Of course, I can't keep this up forever because the people are getting very angry at my unemployment plus taxation strategies, but... Oh!
I'll fight to the death. This city's safe while I'm still alive.
Those sheep won't know what hit them. But it'll be me, Dio. I want a little bit more prefecting going on. I still don't trust these people not to explode. I've never run the numbers to see how well one cart pusher can keep workshops stocked. But you have to imagine the money's going to be good on this. Yeah, I read quite a bit of JoJo. Enjoyed it a fair bit. Oh, didn't I say I was going to stop exporting marbles? Whoops, I am certain I'm going to need that stuff, so let's not sell it all. Population milestone. How about a debt milestone? Good, good. Get rid of all those items. Tax is at least covering wages. Yes, taxes are 1 denarii over the wages. That's going to change, of course, because as more people work, I have to pay more wages. But as more people work, I can raise the tax rate. Fancy that. Proto-Vicky right here. Okay, I gotta hand it to Caesar. That's a very, very gentle initial request. Only 8 lumber. Probably a hint to get your rear in gear with regards to producing lumber, but that just means I need to not export too much of it. And hopefully we'll have some wine to export real soon. The amount that you import is 2 times the amount of workshops you have. I have 5 workshops, so we import up to 10 vines. I think there are some edge cases when you have very many and very few workshops, or 0 rather, but that's the go-to number for me. So they're keeping me topped up. I mean, for example, they just brought me up to 12. What's that all about?
A good day to you. I don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have any...
I've made a mistake. I have been neglecting to accept the weapons here, so these guys have been sitting... Oh, good, good. There was no excessive production there. And we already have enough for Toga Boy, right? We need to keep him very happy. This map requires 100 favor. So I'm keeping enough money in my back pocket to gift him if needs arise. Now, when I get my clay, how does it come in? By land or by sea? I can get it in by land. There's an idea to make my pottery here. No, I think I'll centralize my pottery production. That way... Oh, please don't tell me you also sell me clay by sea. Bollocks! That complicates matters. I could detach my pottery entirely. And I think I will. What I can do is have a place over here that specializes in only pottery production. And then warehouses on all housing blocks just get from there. Because it would be very beneficial for me to bring these guys up to small insulae sooner rather than later. Shouldn't be too difficult. Shouldn't. School here. Library here. It's possible one library will get all of them, but... well, actually, library is probably better. Eats up more workers. So library... The problem is needing a double of everything for here. I'm not entirely sure this will work out to my benefit. How about just library here? I think I'll go for Colosseum straight away. Colosseum here. Colosseum with a gladiator and the other thing over here will provide all the entertainment that they need. So that'll get them through small hovel, education for large hovel, bathhouse access. Is that within range? It is within range. So I can put a bathhouse here. I don't believe for a second the bathhouse lady will cover all of this, but if she did, that'd be very nice of her, so I'll give her a chance. In fact, let's give her a chance ahead of time. And then we're actually well set for small insulae, as long as I make pottery. We'll begin imports of pottery probably next year, assuming we're in the black. That assumption is becoming more delusional by the moment, but yeah.
Down with the governor!
People aren't very happy with me because I have high taxes and they're in a bad situation. The idea was to never need these to begin with. I would still rather not need them. I would also rather not feed them. But I could. Watering them would be a problem in its own right, though. I already know this thing cannot get full labor access if I delete these. Is that a problem, though? Bearing in mind, I also have some tents over here. I want to turbo tax, but I can't turbo tax and tent max. Just delete the tents and go tax crazy. It's an idea. It also gives me a good idea of where I have labor shortages. What? I don't think I've ever seen back-to-back theft like that. Twice in the same month? How does that even happen? I have never seen that before. What's the highest level of housing? Grand Villa, because there's only one type of wine available. Also, we can get back to selling our wood. We're quite certain we make tons of that stuff. Ah. Rome has reduced the price of marble. Selling it is now foolish, foolish. Well, I was planning on stockpiling it anyway, but I was hoping to turn back those sell orders once I know I have enough to keep the gods happy. 100 prosperity, looking tough, isn't it? I'm sure we'll be fine. Just believe. So the people here looking for labor, there's a 50% chance they'll come this way and then they'll get labor. If they go this way, there's another 50% chance they go this way and get labor. So if 4 times they only go up through this way, then yeah, I might be a bit scuppered. That's what the problems overlay is for. There used to be a labor overlay and it was really nice in the demo, but they got rid of it for some reason. Okay, we are back in the black by a staggering 49 ducats. I have some weapons. I want to begin producing pottery for me, not for Toga Boy. Toga Boy has given us a very generous 3 years to deliver unto him 8 pottery. That is extremely generous. But to be fair, I am very, very fast at setting up economies in Caesar 3. If you give me even 3 years of leeway, I can probably outdo whatever you have planned. Bear in mind, it has not yet been 2 years. Has it not? 500, 499, now we're in 498. So it's been 2.5 years, right? Looking good in black right now, but again, I don't want to be in debt at the turn of the year. That's what really sets Caesar off. Ah, but he's feeling a little less set off. He's only slightly displeased with me after I managed to deal with his immediate request for my wood. My preferred form of faith is credit. I'm a man of cash, not credit. Wow, I could even put up a second fort and not be in debt right now, but like I said, all that's coming next year. These all seem to be working just fine. I could probably set up another winery. Or another workshop to deal with oil. But again, that's next year, because I do not want to be in debt at the turn of the year. Am I still selling my furniture? I am, okay. Kind of surprised that Caesar asked for lumber and not furniture. I get it, Neptune, I get it. You're not happy. None of us are. That was controlled debt, Sidoin. I'm not broke. Did I even pay interest on that? $76 ducats of interest in order to set up this. And I couldn't set up this without going to... Well, maybe I could, but... I've set up a tax base and an industry base within 3 years. Pretty happy about that, I must say. That said, I should reduce my amount of existing funds, otherwise Toga Boy is going to take a lot out in tribute. I don't want him taking a lot out in tribute, so we're already going to build the Legionnaire Fort right now. Where does it go? Does it go here? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it does, but it might even go here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we take the sure thing, right? No point being silly. If I know it fits there, don't go for the other one. Alright, there we go. The less money you have on hand, the less Caesar demands of you. He demands a minimum amount, plus he'll take a fraction of the amount that you have inside your treasury. He's just nasty like that. A real nasty old toe rag. And there we go. He took his cut, and his cut was only 100, because he didn't have more to take. He wanted to take more. Aforementioned toe raggery at work there. Right, now we begin the money. I'm going to set up you for import-export on oil. Give me olives, give me oil. Perhaps even give me olive oil. And then... a little tight for placing these things, but I'll put you here, here. That was in the way of a potentially half-decent warehouse, but I don't think we need that. Here, and even here? It's quite extreme. How much oil can I shift anyway? They buy pottery. They don't buy oil. They don't buy... Somebody buys oil, right? I'm not deluding myself, am I? You'll buy oil. 4 of these will be plenty. And I will want that oil later on for my patricians anyway, so this is fine. Does mean that we have to do the gratuitous expense of opening up my Miletus. Shouldn't probably open up Alexandria. Do I have enough wood to sell them? I do, but my god, the price of Alexandria is high. I could never open up Alexandria, and then I never have to worry about the complications brought from their clay route. It does, however, reduce the amount of timber I can shift per calendar year. Definitely opening up this, though. I want to get my oil operational. Export... Oh, no! That's an easy way to lose a mod sword. Import olives, export oil. Look at the paltry amount I make on marble. Not even worth selling now. Maybe in a desperate situation I could. Still contemplating that wood selling. But given how clogged this dock will get if I do that, I'm unsure about that, sire. It's not like my Miletus sells me that much of value. Maybe I will just bite the bullet and open up Alexandria. Getting pretty debty again, though. And this time I don't have marbles to sell. And we're due to be invaded soon. Don't like being invaded soon. Also, people aren't very happy with me, so I can't tax at an extortionate rate. Also, I was meant to set up my pottery and forgot. Oh well.
My governors think money grows on trees.
Need this guy appearing more often in my games to chastise me for poor fiscal management. Or any poor management, really.
Careful! I wish these workers would take more care as they load my beasts up with my new purchases.
Purchases. I hear you, buddy. Do I want you here? What else would I possibly have here? No, this is really good for the desirability, and I'm going to need that. Sure, I'll have it. And that will keep Neptune on my good side for now, because now I do need him not to be so angry that he ships all the boats coming in.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Can't wait to find out that I've made some horrible mistake with them.
Our goods to the warehouse now.
He's actively selling me the vines.
To the warehouse now.
As you can see, the dock workers that unload stuff that I am being sold are very slow. They go one at a time. It's embarrassing to see. But when they buy stuff for the people on the boats, they go out 3 at a time. It's much faster. Paradoxically, it's not 3 times faster. It's just a question of over distance.
Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
It's been a month and I've only cleared 100 denarii, but that's okay. We have our sails kicking in here, and pretty soon we'll have our bollocks enemies at the door. That's really concerning. I have 1 not yet filled out legion. The Peppers Quakers are not ready to roll yet. I'm seeing the problem now. The barracks doesn't work. Do I move the barracks, or do I give it some emergency workforce? I think I move the barracks. Please work from there. I didn't want you there because that was a place for more farming, right? Yeah, it was. This could be a disaster. You'll almost certainly get labor from here. That'll do. Is this a fatal mistake? It could be. Those enemies are certainly at the door right now. Especially because he's going up this way to get his labor. He's going the wrong bloody way. Well, that could be very, very bad. Caesar's laying on his demands pretty thick right now. I might have to revoke the privilege of my prefects at this rate. Yeah, I was thinking that should be a bit more filled up by now. He's still going the wrong way to find labor. I need him to go this way. You're struggling as well. The labor in general here is struggling badly. Because they can't make it all the way around here happily. As long as they walk to here, they're good. But if they're not walking there, they're not good. At least the money situation is rectifying itself. He's still going the wrong way. This is a huge problem that needs fixing rapidly. Absolute rapidash rapidly. It's beyond my caring how unhappy you are. You need to be here and give me labor. Yeah, so it's a bit chaotic here. The walkers are just going the wrong way to grab labor. And that means my barracks isn't filling up my my legions. Yeah, walker system. I don't think it's bad. The bad part is the randomness and the lack of control over it. I'd like to be able to set where the walkers go, for example. But then that sounds like a lot of micro, so maybe it's not really what I want. Alright, these problems are slightly in the future problems. Current problems are debt and invasion. One of these will not be enough to deal with the invasion, probably. I don't know how big the invasion is. Ah. Right, so selling the weapons was never really an option, it seems. Poor employees or not, I need these units and I need them now. Once I solve these immediate problems, though, assuming that we don't get ravaged by the oncoming attack, all should be well. 259 months until defeat, you're fine. Oh, we can certainly get defeat before then. Don't you worry, girly. Our first of the Pepper Quakers, first 3 in fact. 3's not really going to hold up against much of anything, though. Yeah, what a mistake. I should have known that I was causing myself issues.
Governor!
And now I've got a very, very unhappy lad over here, because he's being forced to work these mines without getting any of the niceties that these hovel dwellers get. Am I willing to drag goods over there just to keep him happy? I think I might be. I've done crazier things in my time. It's not amazing, but I can at least give him water and access to a market. He'll probably need some added desirability to go with that, but that's his problem. Caesar does not agree with my idea of making this place livable. These places aren't able to get labor access because, as I said, some of them won't be going the right way. They get little driblets of labor. Little driblets. That'll have to do them for now. There are parts of my city I'm not willing to refactor. Do soldiers attack criminals on the way to the fort? Yes, so they would happily ice that guy. Ooh, clean 2,000 population. As expected, my dock is getting clogged right now because I can only have one of them. And I can't really put my things much closer. It's just the import-export has this kind of knock-on effect. Caesar's itching to send the boys in blue. I know, but I'm trying to keep him at an arm's distance. Alright, I got a few of these guys. Legionnaires, even if they're not trained, do fight quite well. I'd like to have at least 8 of them in time for this attack. Attacks never come at the end of the year, though, so I know I'm safe for at least a few months. Should get me a few more of these bad boys. Also, I have too much money, and I do not want Caesar to take that as an invitation to raid my coffers. So I'm going to spend more of my money. I'm going to make sure none of these warehouses accept clay. And just thinking about how this is all going to line up. I hope they didn't care deeply about that garden. I'll give them this just in case they did. Dun dun dun. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a warehouse here that strictly accepts pottery and clay. And it's going to unload into these pottery workshops aplenty. Need to make sure I have room for this road to get around here. I'm going to be a little bit careful not to go into debt at the turn of the year either, so let's cop canny for just a bit. I want to get some good exports going. If I end up accidentally importing a lot of goods right now, then it could put me into debt at just the wrong moment. Like now. So let's hope we also have some exports coming our way, lads. Exports. Yum, yum, yum. Make money, don't lose money at the turn of the year. Oh, thank goodness, back in black for just a moment. Okay, much better. Got rid of some of the oil and that helped out immensely. Oil? I think it was maybe wine, but whatever. It's all the same to me. Shove you there because you're an inoffensive building. You're quite offensive. I'll put you there. These people actually gobble up workers even if they don't have any work to do. But once I'm assured that we make the turn of the month without being in the black, without being in the red, we'll suddenly go into pottery stance. Jake's favorite word, coffers. It's a nice word. Don't you try and tell me otherwise. Alright, the clay's coming in. And the oil, we need to save 8 units for Toga Boy. And the pottery... We can export pottery? Who's buying? Ooh, it sells by land as well. That's pretty good. I will actually export over 12 units. I'm unlikely to ever have that much, but it'll be a nice little extra earner for us. So, if we are lucky enough... Okay, we should have enough to... Well, it depends how reasonable the first attack is. But we should have enough of an army to deal with whatever comes our way, even if we have to rolling defense with the javelins. Kind of need 2 units of javelins for that, but let's not concern ourselves with trite matters like reality. Ooh. Warehouse is working overtime. All the gods are happy enough. Displeased is actually happy enough. They won't curse you if they're displeased. Once they get worse than displeased, then maybe you should start worrying. But currently, no need for worrying. I actually think this is fine enough, right? We make all the goods. We make oil, we make wine, we make kind of furniture. I was talking about making more furniture. Am I still barking up that particular tree? It still sells for decent dosh, so... Seems like a smart thing to do, right? I'm just contemplating using this land for God Ghetto. Especially a 3x3 right here would be just perfectly placed. There's also the idea that I could maybe underproduce lumber. So that we always have space for furniture here. But I think given the rate at which we export lumber, that shouldn't be an issue right now. As long as we also get rid of any excess furniture. If I end up needing a second warehouse, I can just shove it over there or something. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Anyway, these gods need to be kept happy. And I have enough marble for all of them. It does not particularly concern me the order that they go down, so Ceres... Do I want a Neptune here? Or does that get in the way of stuff? Doesn't really get in the way of anything. It gets in the way of my coffers. I'm known for liking those. the rest need to just come along here in an unceremonious fashion. Does get in the way of labour access, though, and I hate getting in the way of labour access. Alright, Caesar, lay it on me.
My governors think money grows on trees.
This game does invite building for aesthetics. I do a lot of building for aesthetics in this game, but it must be functional aesthetics. Absolutely must be. That's build for function, right? Given how this is going, I'm going to need 2 more of these regardless. So let's just slam them down for now. The army's looking good. 14 out of 16, 15 out of 16. A second load of spears or javelins on their way. But the invasion can happen quite soon. Oh, I'm quite concerned. What if they're the fast guys that come around this way? I don't have walls or gatehouses, so I can't really dissuade them from coming this way. Just got to deal with the situation. Unemployment is uncomfortable, but people love me, so I'm sure they love me enough to pay 14% taxes for a time being. Yeah, this is one thing import-export economy is really good for. Gobbles up your workforce. I'm not making extra money from selling off my oil, which is becoming slightly concerning. But only slightly. We knew it was coming. The enemies of Rome are here, and as expected, they're coming from what I was assured was going to be an invasion point. They could just go around this way and cause me grief. So hopefully they don't. In fact, I should probably bait them into attack. Not that way. Please do not go that way. Oh, they look quite slow. That's good. I wonder if they have any, any... No, Caesar, now is not the time. I'm defending Rome. I wonder if they have any, mounted units. That's what I'm trying to say. Come and get some. Javelin on javelin combat. And then we pull back, baiting them into my wall of legions. Which are going to be harder to make now that Toga Boy wants 16 of my weapons. Good lord. Oh, good lord, right. So those nice bits of IKEA are not going to be selling all that well now. Pretty tough fight, honestly, to begin with. Yeah, it's not big, but you don't have a lot of resources to get your army on the go quickly. Fortunately, Roman soldiers are just made of sterner stuff. Not being academy trained hurts a lot, but... Am I selling my weapons? No, I'm just using them for my army. Might need a second warehouse the way this is going. This one's purely for... marble. And this one will only take weapons. That way I can use up the last of the marbles. Wait, do I really believe that? No, it might take from here. Alright, alright. Weapons here. Marbles here. Do I slow down marble production? That's a lot of marbles, but I still have a lot of temples to build. Oh well, many questions to answer soon enough. Right, I want my big tax money and I want it now. The problem is I need pottery for that. The perhaps bigger problem is the pottery needs to be over here. Are you able to take care of that? Your job is now purely to get pottery and maybe ahead of time get furniture? No, we'll do that later. Pottery's the priority now. I believe traders prioritize grabbing pottery from, or grabbing goods from non-getting warehouses. It's certainly better because I don't want them taking it from here. They have a clear route through there and through here, which I don't want to get in the way of, so that all seems fine. Isn't there one more mining place? There's a place around the back here, but the access to it is iffy, so I don't want to exploit it. Alright, Toga Boy, here's your oil. He wants his pottery still, though. I mean, go figure, he doesn't suddenly change his mind on something he says he wants. Freaking toga boy, man, he's a piece of work. Thinking more forts over here. This whole area is kind of do not build zone except for this. Am I going to have enough space on this map? Maybe I could wall this off with aqueducts, and then if the enemy looks like it wants to go there, I just shove in with my units straight away. There's also the possibility to build here. There is food. I could bridge over and have a little colony here. But if I'm going to do that, I may as well be doing it here. Could still join together. Alright, let's try and imagine this place gets used, because we have food here. And it has good access to my furniture and pottery over here. So yeah, let's imagine this general area across the river, Budapest style, is going to be another colony. Given that this is 2,000 and that's going to be 2,000, I could bump it up to like 3,000, 6,000. I think we have the space we need to win if I can get some patricians here. Maybe even up in the higher ground, because that gives them a flat, what is it, plus 10 desirability? I think that could work. That doesn't answer the question of where my army goes. I think 2 lots of javelin. Wait, I got 2 lots of javelins here. I think I would rather have 2 lots of javelins and 4 lots of legionnaires, because Caesar has told me that he wants me to send units abroad. He did say I have to defend the borders, right? So I think legionnaire 1, 2, 3 over here. Maybe further along here. Yeah, further along seems better. It'll be out of the way of any potential housing. Possibility for housing here? No, far too risky. Not with a 100 piece requirement, I don't. Alright, so again, to fudge the numbers on our denarii, we will do all of our spending at the end of the year. Very real-life application right there. In real life, especially building work and other council work, they wait until the end of the tax year. Spend all the money they claim that they needed then, so that they can't turn around and go, oh, well, you know, we had excess, so we don't need as much money this time. How about those weapons? Do I have enough time to make those? That's a lot of weapons. I think my hand has been forced here. More weapons, fewer bits of marble. Do I believe that? Do I actually believe that? I'm about to use a lot of this, but I want a lot of legionnaires. 2, 4, 6, 8 is about to be used on gods, and if Caesar wants more, I'm in trouble. No, but defense of the realm comes first. If I'm ultra desperate, I could make a separate colony right here, but I don't want a detached bit of tent. Never feels right. Anyway, 2 more furniture workshops should take care of this. Furniture. Yeah, because I'm going to beat them with table legs. Weapon workshops, 1 and 2. Yeah, it seems about right. 1 and 2. Hopefully not too undesirable for you. I think the negative range on this thing in terms of desirability is only a range of 3, so this will be unaffected. Even if it was 4, it would be unaffected, because a house only cares about its single most desirable tile. So, undesirable, undesirable, meh, and quite nice. The quite nice one is, unsurprisingly, the bit surrounded by all of these gardens. And it only cares about that one tile, doesn't care about any of the other ones. Any other examples of that? Most of my people live in rather nice houses here, don't they? This is a bit of an example. This tile isn't very nice, but this is very nice, so they'll have no problem evolving. I made a boo-boo here. This was meant to be space for my lion tamer and gladiator. Now I don't have space for both. Now I have space for both. Kind of. But yeah, these guys are going to need their entertainment rather soon. And before anything, this town gets a Colosseum. I think I'll leave this little 1 one path through here, just so people can come on through if they want to. Kind of expensive, but the sooner I bring these guys up to a high level of housing, the better. That said, let's not do it just yet. The Colosseum solves 0 problems right now, not even employment problems. Does it actually matter if legions are sent to serve the Empire? If they're academy trained or not? Yes. It's a huge difference, actually. Every 1 auxiliary, which is to say the horsemen or the javelins, will count as only 1 strength if they're untrained and 2 if they are trained. Legionnaires count as 2 or 3 depending on training. So if you want your bang for buck, always train them. Never don't train them, right? There's almost no overhead to the military academy. It costs 1,000 denarii up front and employs 20 people, but you only need to train 1 unit of a legion and their academy trained for life. Boy, Caesar is serious about wanting my wood. Should I take it as a compliment? I guess for a short period of time, let's stockpile. Stockpile turns off the trade thing. Alright, anyway, stockpile it regardless. Get Caesar what he wants immediately. We're working on those weapons, Toga boy. Unfortunately, that's slowing down the erection of my own units. I don't like that. Yeah, the numbers are kind of coming back to me the more I play right now. I'm going to be running into a lot of employment issues real soon, or unemployment issues real soon. Do people love me? Oh, that means I could tax them harder. Rome thanks me for the pottery and the oil. Favor is above 50 for the first time since we started the map. I might have to go 3 and 3, given the weapons austerity. As in 3 javelins, 3 legionnaires, because pretty soon the pandas are going to be full up. And I really can't wait on getting more Quakers. At least I don't think I can wait. Do we have more attacks coming in? You better believe we do. Gunzerning. Alright, let's get that Colosseum down. And let's get a lion house. And the gladiator school can go here, although it does block off any route through. Will that be relevant? Surely not. Surely there's no route through here that isn't as well served by going through here. There's nothing here that any traveler would want. Even the units come out and walk through this way. Yeah, they go across the bridge to get over to here. Alright, then I'm fine closing it off. Gladiator school go. Hopefully they don't hate the lion house so much they devolve here. They don't like it, but too bad. That's what they get. I also want to see how the librarian handles the tasks from here. And I want to see how my bathhouse worker is doing. She does not see to everyone, but I didn't expect her to, so let's not worry about that. Auxiliary bathhouse can go, frankly, anywhere. I'm going to put it here. That should cover everybody nicely. And I am hoping upon hope that the library here can serve that and here. I don't care about these people evolving beyond hovels. That's just whatever. But all of these people I want served by this single librarian. Single and looking, no doubt. Be looking a long time with that attitude. Where is he?
I love coming here. A good day to you.
This city is so boring. The city needs more shows.
I just built you! Colosseum. No helping some people, really. Is that going to be Patrician Hill? Well, I don't know what you mean by that, but if you mean this, then yeah, this will be Patrician Hill. Easy access to food, easy enough access to the refined goods, of which they'll want all of them. And the elevated area means they have more desirability, and there should be enough space here for their services, so yeah. Seems like a shoe-in to win for being my Patrician Hill. When it comes to pottery, I think I want to keep more in my backpack. And Toga Boy's getting his wood, so no need to keep on stockpiling you. We don't sell weapons. Weapons and marble and furniture all collapsed in price. Yeah, better to remember that than not. These aren't all working all the time. They struggle on employee access, but I'm not willing to care about that right now. I could care, but my care cup is decidedly empty. These guys don't like the entertainment because this doesn't have gladiatorial combat yet. The gladiators are on their way.
Boring. That's what they say about this place, despite my valiant efforts.
Leo and I fight all day, all night. And still people are bored. There simply aren't enough entertainers here.
There we go, there's our first small insulae, my favorite building in the game. Maybe that's not true, but it is the strongest building in the game. It's so powerful. It houses an obscene amount of people, 19 per square. It pays double the taxation that hovels do, and it's the step up that gets that taxation bonus. It's relatively easy to keep satisfied. It's just so good. And all they need is pottery, and they stock double pottery compared to the other goods. It's so good. If you want to know my magic to winning Caesar, it's understanding the power of the small insulae. There we go. 495 BC. Absolutely the time the Colosseum was built. If you have questions or complaints about the authenticity, bring them up elsewhere. We actually rode into the new year in the black quite healthily. Caesar even took 300 tribute off of me. And things are only going to get healthier, right? Wages are outstripping taxes like mad, but as I build these, that situation should reverse readily. I can get rid of you there. There is going to be an increased requirement of desirability on these. I'm ready for that. They're waiting on pottery coming in, which is not surprising. Don't be disturbed by this. Caesar is only mad the first time you go into debt, and if you remain in debt at the turn of the year. So jumping in and out of debt during the year, he might act like a blowhard, but he's actually not that bothered. Nor should he be bothered, because he's making money on my interest. It's like he's saying, don't believe this man's lies. Stop going into debt. Never. I've got a city to run, Caesar, something you wouldn't know much about. Yeah, look familiar, Baron? I didn't watch your run of it. I was there, but I was only listening to you as background music, because I'm sure you're very familiar with the situation. Ah, those weapons are hard to get en masse. And it's not like my weapon workshops aren't working. Did I miscount or something? How many weapon workshops do I have? 1, 2, 3. Ah, there's the fourth one. Hidden underneath my mountains and marbles. The barracks should stop eating up my weapons now, though. But yeah, I think I need to make another fort. Whether Caesar likes it or not. And spoiler alert, he's not going to like it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's pretty perfect. Yeah, there we go. Why are these people not getting the added entertainment? They have access to a Colosseum, and the Colosseum has 2 shows, so I don't know why they're not happy, but they're getting happier. There we go.
There's a lot of unemployment here.
Straight to the point, I see. Yeah, the unemployment's becoming a spiraling issue, truth be told. Also, the gods are going to become a bigger issue. Angry. All right, Mercury, Mars, and Venus. I have disappointed you for too long. The question, of course, is where do I put my latest god ghetto? I'm not opposed to putting something here. Making these people evolve to the next stage will only really require furniture, which we already have on tap, kind of. So I do slam another temple down here. And I guess the next 2 just go in any old ghetto position, which is looking like here. Potential over here. This room is used for nothing. It's used for getting these sheep in my way. Well, we have more than one way to dispatch a sheep. There are enemies of Rome right here. Please dispatch them before Venus gets the wrong idea about me not building her temple. There's space for a nicety here. I guess I'll just put that down. I struggle to think of better use of the space. Colosseum is causing some concerns. For you and you, the prefects are not helping matters either, but I'll build what I can. Oh, that bit of road might have caused problems for the Colosseum and its dispatching of workers. Hopefully what I did just helped. Come on, get huge. There we go, mutton for dinner tonight. And let's make sure Venus sees the happy haps. And then engineer post, maybe not there, put it on this side because there's actually there's space for another temple over here, so absolutely have that on that side. Have the no explodey buildings. One slight issue I have with this game, and will continue to have forever, is that when you make a mistake or you make something you want to move, you got to pay for the building, you got to pay for deleting the building, and then you got to pay for the new building. A lot of modern city builders don't punish you like that. Which is nice, and I'm not here to be punished. He's still unhappy with his bleeding reservoir, by the way. I think at this point I can delete one of these prefects, because they're no longer tents, they're not quite so explodey. Is there anything here which is not yet fully evolved? Apart from you, of course. I've got a lot of space for additional buildings. I've made this a much, much better loop than I thought it would be. Yeah, just patting myself in the back saying I'm better at this game than I thought I was. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this will help. There you go. That should bring this up to small insulae. And now, is there anything I'm missing? Yeah, they're not very happy over here. Large casa. Large casa is nay good enough for us. Hopefully that's enough, but it might not be. Ah, that is tight, and it's going to be very difficult to shove any more desirability in here. Not impossible, of course. I have ways. Watch this. Not entirely sure this is worth the money, but I can show something off. I can build this. You evolve. And then I get rid of it. And they are going to stay evolved. Stay evolved. Okay, well, forget what I said then. That was a waste of money. Small chance that this could help out. Yeah, they might just have to stay like that for now. I can't think of a way to shove more desirability in their face without upheaving some stuff that I don't want to upheave. Alright, fair enough. So we have one large casa and the rest of it are all small insulae, right? Maybe. There's a small casa and there's a small hovel. There's the small hovel, which is fine, but where's the small casa? Anybody spy a small casa? Could be that the population graph hadn't updated yet, but it certainly looks like I'm missing one small casa. That's weird. Where is it? I'd be so scared an invasion at the map entrance and exit would end this city. There's almost no way. It was covered in trees and stuff. Besides, only an absolute Dutch bag of a map maker would put entrance and exit invasion points. Now, Toga Boy, he comes from there, so yeah, that could end the city in a heartbeat. Really, am I missing something? There's no way there's a small casa somewhere. Is it next to the granary on the left? That is a large casa. That is this entry on my societal graph. This entry right here are these hovels. This entry is a small casa. I don't see any small casa, though. The one behind it is a small insulae. It might be that it just didn't update for... Ah, there we go, there we go. This thing only updates at the turn of the month, so that'll be why. Okay, we're fiscally going to be a lot better now, as long as I employ these people. That way I can tax their tiers. I can actually turn the taxes up to a mega amount if I employ about 400 people. That's a lot of people to employ. And it's difficult to meaningfully employ them at this point. I already do import-export economy as much as I'm willing to do. Culture block would do something. Do I have a way inside this little peep bit here? Not really. I mean, I could just build culture buildings. Libraries are very good ones. They demolish 20 workers each. And they're no problem to destroy later on. Quite like the idea of making sure that my markets are all working fine. I might be tempted to put another market over here. Although that can cause issues with the markets being unable to get enough goods. Currently they're struggling to get enough wheat for everybody. And actually I might not produce enough wheat. Depending on if everybody's filled in. I produce enough wheat for 3,200 people. Assuming that they all work 100%. They might not, though. Look at this guy right here. He's got a full load of wheat, but the cart pusher isn't back in time. So I think I only make enough wheat for about 3,000 people. That could be a problem down the line. It's not currently a problem, though, so we're not going to worry about it. How much does he believe his own words? I wonder about that. Anyway, I need to do something about the employment issue. And sadly, that means building a lot of these horrible buildings. Libraries, my one true weakness. How does somebody decide to concentrate all the things I can't handle in one place? But yeah, the sooner I destroy the employment issues, the better. There is the idea that I start working on my patricians, but the problem with that is I need better money. Patricians are expensive to set up. They need a lot of infrastructure, a lot of buildings to make their areas nicer, and those all come out of my coffers. And right now, I need to spend at least 2 years just tax farming, which means 25% tax level. Rome has not raised wages. Very unusual for a map maker to present me such a map. But stranger things have happened. I know it's ugly, it's downright hideous, but I'm building all of these to soak up unemployment. Doodle-dee-doo, doodle-dee-doo. There we go. Caesar isn't happy, but he'll be happy when I start bringing in the tax revenue. Well, he better be happy. Could actually suckle you off. Ah, well, we're never making money off of marble ever again. That much is for certain. Unemployment going down to 21%, but it should go lower. Lower. Too low. Might be a little awkward getting this in here. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll go with 7 for now. Make sure it is readily engineered, readily prefected. And you might not like what I just did to the neighborhood, so... So... There you go. That might get in the way of Patrician Hill a little bit later, but like I said, I want to get my unemployment 4% or below, and that will allow me to giga tax. And I like giga tax. Like regular taxes, but giga. 6%, that's good. 5%, that's even better. Can we go even lower? There's 4%, alright. Unemployment is super low, taxes are super high. All these people just paid to shuffle around scrolls in a library. But I think I now tax people more than I pay them. So they have to do subsistence industry just to satisfy me, the governor. Immortal Caesar has never been happy for a single second of his life. Forced to be Caesar forevermore, though. Is that good or bad? I guess it depends which Caesar. Maybe not Julius. Alright, can't afford my unemployment to go above 5%, otherwise people start getting unhappy with my reign of terror. So a couple more libraries just to keep people, well, on the books employed. Still hovering around 5. I don't want 5, I want very explicitly 4. Ugh, it's hideous. It is not sheer perfection. We're due for an attack soon, right? Yeah, we are. Caesar's demanding the weapons, which I almost have. Okay, that's good. When I get the weapons over to Caesar, I can set up my proper legionnaires. Because 1 is just not going to cut the mustard, right? I want 3 and 3. I'd rather have 4 and 2, but we can save that for when we have enough money to worry about gerrymandering. Alright, this is good. Population seems nice and stable where I want it to be, which is below 3,000. Otherwise, I worry about being able to feed them enough. I mean, I should worry about being able to feed them currently. Some of the markets are low or out of food. Alright, well, this was more or less what I was worried about. Well, Caesar can get his weapons, that much is for certain. But what about this? It's a small force, and a small force means a certain value. What's the value again? I think it's like 30 or below. So 2 regular regiments should be able to handle it. Yeah. 2 regiments will come to a value of 32. Which is more than 30. Don't mind me, I'm just going to double check my numbers on that, because if I fail to do this, Caesar might be so mad that I can never win the fight, or win the campaign. I got a list of numbers somewhere about this. A small attack is below 46. Oh. That's a different number. So if I want to guarantee that I can do this, I need to send off all my javelins. Or my legionnaires and 1 set of javelins. That seems more good. Yeah, these 2 will guarantee take care of it, but then I'm only left with 2 sorry loads of javelins. But I can make more legionnaires. Nothing stopping me making more legionnaires, and in fact I will. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to send this off right now. Aren't they trained? They're not trained. It's not possible to train them. We don't have access to the military academy here. Yeah, so I'm going to send off Aftish's Finest and Pepper's Quakers. That will come to a total of enough. Yeah, Legionnaires, Javelins, 16, 16, and 16. Plenty. Guaranteed win. And I have to guarantee it. I could have waited a bit. I could have waited for the attack to hit, but there's actually a good chance that this attack does not hit me within the next 12 months, and I'm not willing to take risks at this point. What I am willing to do is spend my money so that Caesar doesn't know that I'm loaded, so let's have 2 more rousing rounds of Legionnaires. The enemy can path through these, right? I think they can. I'm certain they can. I've seen them walk onto these things and slaughter my troops before. Alright, we're fine. Okay, so now I'm going to end up with 2 loads of javelin throwers and however many legionnaires I can piece together from my dilapidated weapon supply, and then that will defend me until the rest of my units are back. And then we should have a really well-rounded city. Very good economically, able to defend itself, import-export industry, as long as more prices don't collapse. And I can slowly peck away at these libraries whenever employment becomes an issue, to keep my unemployment at 4% or below. Then, once I have roused up about 8,000 denarii, I'm going to build the Patricians. Should I build the Patricians first, or should I go for something else? Apparently my loyalty will not be forgotten. I might actually make more regular dudes and then do the Patricians. Especially on a map like this, I think I might benefit from having a good idea of my plebeian numbers before I invest in the Patricians. Do I believe what I'm saying here? I might not. I think I'm talking at my arse right now. It's been known to happen. Problem with the Patricians is I need to set up additional imports. I need to import wheat and fruit. How doable is that? Not wheat and fruit, vegetables and fruit, and the vegetables have to come by sea. That is a logistical nightmare, getting the vegetables from here to here, given what I've built so far. Does that mean I change my plan and put my Patricians over here? No, no way. Does it mean I limit myself to large villas instead of grand villas? Also, no way. So what we do is we cope with the situation. We import the vegetables, we drag them over here, and we just suck lemons. Means I'm going to need quite a lot of space for that, which is a shame. Yeah, I'm going to need most of this space to deal with the Patricians' many needs. Alright, I'm fine though. I've faced challenges in this game before. I've not been 1.5 years rusty on them though. I'm also quite hungry, I haven't eaten much today. Breakfast seems like a distant dream now that it's almost 8 PM. Quite happy with what I've built so far though. I am pretty damn good at making stable plebeian blocks. There's the enemies at the door, making me really hope that those barons of mine are ready soon. Yeah, I'm really glad I switched from marble to weapons the moment I did. I want to double check the registration for tax. 100% of the population are registered for my soul-crushing taxes, and they love me for it, because everybody gets a job. We can even check how many people are employed where. You know, on reflection, this game has so many nice details. Health and education. So the highest employer by far are my libraries. The health isn't much. The health is, what, one little... Yes, I thought. We've got 2,900 people here. All of them serviced by... 5 doctors in this one clinic. So that's pretty grim. But there are quite a lot of grim things when you live in one of my Caesar cities. Yeah, the libraries are there to make work to people. So they make a large amount of scrolls sorted out for everybody to read. And in exchange, they don't complain about the crippling unemployment. Because without them, my unemployment would be like 20 or 30 or even 40%. Inspired by Japan, in fact. Japan has a lot of make work. It was impressive to see. But I came to really appreciate it. You know, think about it. You bring them into the system. You ensure the flowing of currency. You are just not able to work properly there, are you? Do you ever go down south, or do you just always go the wrong way? Sure looks like always the wrong way to me. Not going to bother with that, then. Pottery remains important, though, so I'll build another one here. Lord Wark. I also appreciate Bob Ross, but this is not a place for emotes. If I really want to unwind, I often put on the joy of painting. I've even got some Bob Ross paints that I keep telling myself that someday I will get around to using. Add that to the list of lies I tell myself. Yeah, better make work than keep chasing petty criminals.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Rome has reduced the price of weapons even further. Thanks, Rome. Slight problem with these, it's blocking my my trader's access to here, so I'm actually going to destroy one of them. As long as unemployment remains 4% or below, it actually lifts city mood. So the way it works is you get a city mood impact from unemployment. If it is 4% or below, and that includes underemployment, where you are missing labor, there's a +1 global happiness. From 5% to 10%, it's neutral. And then above that, it goes -1, -2, -3 global happiness. But it never gets worse than -3. So even if you have 80% unemployment, you can still keep people happy enough with high wages. Yeah, I know how that sounds, but yes. High wages will even make the unemployed happy. And then you can continue to tax them at a reasonable amount. But I want unreasonable taxes. 25% taxes are insane. Look at that. Last year I made 6 grand on my taxes. And I paid not even 4 grand in wages. Please explain how that works. We're building in Sweden here. Don't think Sweden has a lot of make work though. And it doesn't have petty criminals, it has grenade-throwing criminals.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
I thought I'd take a couple of years to make that fat stack of cash, but I might be able to convince myself to make the Patricians already. Maybe I could build both. Give it one more year of tax farming. We've made an entire legion of legionnaires. Given we beat back the first attack with 1 load of legions and 1 load of javelins, surely a 50% increase in our fighting prowess means we can deal with whatever comes our way here. Proto-IKEA factory. Oh, that's true. What with all the timber stuff that we do. I'm starting to think that in preparation of Patricians, I'm going to want to save up some wine. I already save up some oil. And I'm going to save up some furniture. Could also put the furniture warehouse over here. Finally, properly segregate my furniture from my lumber. That might be useful, it might not. I haven't decided yet. But I'm going to do it. The super safest way to deal with your goods is to have 1 good per workshop, 1 good per granary. Now, until you're at extremely advanced levels of this game, you should always just have 1 food type per granary. But you can have multiple types of goods per warehouse if you're quite certain things are going to work out. Good situation is this: import 1 good, export the other, so they should both be in 1 warehouse. But when it comes to suddenly wanting demand for a good, like the pottery from the clay, it gets a little bit more iffy. In this case, I might not always be able to guarantee that I have space for the furniture here, so we just segregate it to come over here this time. I was worried about the granary placement in regards to the farms, but it seems to be holding out. It's even slightly backing up with food, which is great, although this market lady is about to go and tell me that I'm full of hogwash and empty out my grains.
Could you spare a little bread?
The warehouse is just unloading some goods from my beasts.
I miss having Lucky's voice acting for that. Stormy seas. Ooh, okay, so trade is not a given. That is interesting. Is it interesting, or is it just a pain in my bum? Could be both. Could very easily be both. Given the money coming in, I can very happily reduce the amount of tree cutting that I'm doing. That one tends to run out of labor access, so I'll just get rid of it. It's not the only one. I did not set this up with a good loop for access to people, but I didn't want to have any people in tents. If I'm giving crushing taxes like this, it'll spawn revolters, and I don't want that. You saw what happened? They mugged my tax collector. Oops, I made a mistake. January came, and I didn't hide my money from Toga Boy. So he went and took 2.3 grand off of me. Sticky-fingered Caesar. Okay. I need to put a bit of thought into what I do now. I do need to expand. The question is, more plebes, or do I work on patricians? If I were to work on patricians, how many people do I have going spare? I got like 2, 4... Well, no, we can do a better count than this. I have 22 libraries. Assuming that 20 of them are superfluous, that's 400 labor. Can I satisfy 6 villas with 400 labor? Am I going to have a hippodrome is another good question. Could shove a hippodrome up here. That would keep them pretty happy, right? A grand villa wants 50 entertainment. I can get that with, let me think, 10, 15, and 25. That's 50. But with a hippodrome, I could just do hippodrome and amphitheater. Hippodrome also gives a +5 global entertainment bonus, but that's completely unnecessary. Kind of. Might play into another plebeian setup that I have. Colosseum's just much easier to tuck in around here. Space is at a premium. But it's not like this space is going to be used for anything else, is it? So whamming that hippodrome up there. But it uses 150 labor, which I currently can't spare, but later on I will want to spare. I need to plan this. Patrician's usually the make or break of any campaign, or any advanced level. Save and save often. We're not here to save scum, but it makes me feel better about myself. Right, so as I imagine... What do I imagine? Think of something. I'm very ready for the earthquake that's going to make this limited space even more limited. I don't think Joss V makes cancer maps like that. Certainly hope they don't. Alright, run some numbers to him with. That's 600 people, right? 100 per grand villa. Funnily enough, one wheat farm would take care of all of that, but I'd rather overblow on the wheat, given how much they love to stock up on it. So maybe even 3 wheat farms over here. Bearing in mind, I need the big old granary sensation around here. There's also the labor access question, which could be solved by having one of them down here. He would be very, very unhappy about his desirability of the area, but what I could do is make him a cliff dweller. So if he's here, he can give labor access to a road that runs along here. No problem, even. Well, maybe a little bit of a problem. That's not amazing access to labor, but it is access to labor. And if you're there, then I'm going to have a road that runs along here. This is a little too angled to make even more cliff dwellers. Too bad for me. Now I could have like a large temple right here that satisfies the desirability needs for a lot of these guys. Not fully satisfies it, of course, but to a degree. If I add in other nice things, I don't quite think I want to sacrifice the Senate. Senate is much too much space for these people. But yeah, being on high ground with a large temple will go a long way for this. And then I've got space for large statuing around here. Well, I thought I did. Still could prove problematic. Alright, so if you're going to be here, that's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Maybe even bring it out as far as that. That way I could actually have 2 large temples in the center. They need multi-god access anyway. Now we got 1, 2, 3, 4 of them here. Diddle and diddle here. Space for large temples here. Is it going to be a loop? Could be a loop. I'm not the world's biggest fan of that, though. For a variety of reasons. This is very doable as loops go. Concerningly. Could even connect it to here. Wouldn't be unthinkable. Gives me more space for potential labor access. It was a bit of a long stretch to get down there, but it's doable, I reckon. Complicates matters in a few ways, though. Also, stairways are horrifying. Stairways are really bad. Walkers get stuck on them and walk around in circles. Which is very bad for me. This is very, very little space for amenities. And especially very little space for entertainment. I want this space for feeding plebes down here, so I gotta make this space work for me. I think the only reasonable answer is to connect this up. Then I got 2x2 spaces here, got big spaces here. I'm going to have to fill up the granaries over here, which is going to be very, very unpleasant. There's even more space for my plebes to get stuck on. You know, work is entertainment. I wish my Romans saw it that way. Verily I do. These are chaotic, to be sure. And there's no guarantee there's going to be labor access for the farmers coming across here. Is that true? If I have a house here, I can do cliff dwelling access like so. It's not great access, but it's something. Distinctly unhappy at loading up my granaries like this. Wheat. Veggies. Fruit. This is so bad. There's so many ways that my walkers can go off the beaten track here. So do I do something crazy like this? Could be done. Not unthinkable. Gives me a lot more space to work with. Does mean I'm going to need some crappy plebeian housing here, but at least it's going to have good food access. And it will only eat wheat, which is good. There we go. Start building up that wheat reserve. This come out like so. I'm not entirely convinced on my own design here, but let's not worry about such things right now. There is a walker access through the granary, so it doesn't count as cutting the road to Rome to get over here. I think I need a lot of warehouses for the food, though. I don't like that. Get rid of one. Actually, maybe I was okay with that. Right, so what's the food that has to come in by sea? Is it vegetables? It is indeed vegetables. The fruits can come by land. Okay, so here's how it works. The fruits go here. Just accept the fruits. You accept only fruit. And you are the vegetable master. You get vegetables, and you get vegetables. And you simply accept fruit. Now I need to bring in the veggies big time. I think we can ease off on the oil a little bit. Yeah. Just weighing up my options here. The need for oil is not dire. It's mostly an export good, so I can actually get rid of this. And then you are there for veggies. The fruits, however, I do not want to connect a warehouse that accepts fruits from the dock. It'll clog up the dock like nobody's business. The fruits should just go here. And well aware that labor is going to be a concern, I'm going to build you here right now. These patricians are not going to be very happy, by the way, because they're going to live in squalor for a little while. And you're right, I haven't answered something that all people need, even my smelly Romans. How do they get water? That answers the question quite readily. That answers it incredibly readily, but it's a bit harder to get to. That's got to be fine, right? Probably going to find that I want one extra space down the middle to make space for that that fountain. Because there's 3 here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Yeah. That way I can have a single fountain in the middle taking care of most things. And if there's a wild card, then that's just wild. There we go. Just all sharing from the Toon Lagoon here. Earthquake or Gladiator Revolt. I don't think the creator's that cruel. Those are horrible things to add in. If you're going to have an earthquake, have it early. Gladiator Revolt is extra cruel as well. Because it levels your city and there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can reasonably do about it. You can kill the gladiators with lion tamers and your army, but you can't react that fast. They're already everywhere in your city. If we look at our entertainment, Colosseum, gladiator there, gladiator up there, gladiator coming in here and here. And the gladiators are pretty strong. So yeah, don't be a nasty person. It's just uncalled for. Gonna preempt my need for housing like so. Yeah, I can actually make my 2x2 straight up from that. Any other preemptables here? Kind of, maybe. Alright, that'll do. For now. Alright, we'll get some initial people in here. Probably going to run into employment issues, but that's when I destroy all my libraries. And the hope is to get all of the goods that my beloved patricians need at their beck and call. Pathing for market ladies doesn't really matter much, so they have easy access to pottery right here, so I just need this thing to go and get other goods. And frankly, I will need another. Sure. They're not palaces, they don't drink double wine. And there aren't a lot of them either, so this should be fine for oil and for wine. But now I need to make sure that I definitely have enough of these goods at my beck and call. So exports of wine, over 16 this time. Same for oil. And pottery is already quite high, that's fine. Furniture needs to go a bit higher. Now we always have enough for our fussy Romans. Might need to drop taxes for a little bit. People are extremely pleased with me, but as the employment figures change, they're going to change their tune. How will you ensure that the prefect is in the right place to stop it when it happens, when you have a gladiator? There's one gladiator per building. You need one prefect for... Yeah, but the prefects are much, much weaker than the gladiators. There we go, that should help take care of stuff around here.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
Here are our first prefects. They don't know it yet, but they're going to become prefects. Merge, merge. I knew it. Same with you. Alright, off to a good start. How are we doing on the god front? Every god is happy. They'll be decidedly less happy when I start bringing in... What am I going to be bringing in? I don't know, but I'll be bringing in something. Yeah, when I start favoring the gods, building too many temples for one god and not enough for the others, then they'll be a lot less happy. Not thrilled at the idea of a god ghetto. What do I need for these people anyway? I really don't have much space here, even though it looks like I have rather a lot. Colosseum is a bit of a tough job. Has to go up here, I think. Yeah, it just doesn't work down here. And yeah, I need Colosseum Theatre and Amphitheatre. They also need hospital, academy, school. Yeah, they need the works. This is going to be tough. And of course they need a lot of desirability on top of all that. Alright, well let's explain to Venus how she is our favourite. Whilst at the same time trying to convince Mars that I didn't mean it that way. And also we leave this little space in the center for our aqueduct, not aqueduct, our fountain, which will take care of all of them, kind of. Not yet though, they'll get water later. I need 6, right? Am I convincing myself that this guy could become a patrician? That's delusional, like absolutely delusional. We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. Maybe even some of it down this way. That's 1. Huh? Is that corn? No. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think they go here. Might need a couple of large statues here. In fact, I should just preempt my supposed need for large statuing. And that should be good on desirability. We don't have plaza to help out, but we have raised land. Anything more, I'm sure I can squeeze in. Alright, I'm beginning to believe. Let's get a... Yeah, words. Words are failing me. Let's preempt where our patricians are going to be and how they're going to act. How they're going to hello act. You're going to grow out to here, you grow out to there, you grow out to there, you grow out to there, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 should be plenty. That's what I'm telling myself here. I'm going to block in their ability to expand. So that I control that entirely. Alright, now we build up the resources for a while. Well, we try to. Access to labor is notably difficult up there. Did you move away from the microphone? You went quiet. Yeah, I was zoning into the stream from here, so you were really only hearing my voice from my throat. Could not but notice my army is away. But I prepared for this. Now, no map maker worth their salt gives you a ridiculously hard siege, whilst your army is away defending Rome. Surely. Actually, this doesn't look much bigger than the last one. Looks like 10 or 15 units harder. So my goal is to bait the enemy into charging my legions. My legions do not know the tortoise defense. And then as they engage my legions, they get absolutely ruined by javelins. The extra thing is to make sure that your legions are fighting side by side. Up to 4 units can engage with a single enemy, and it makes it a lot easier to lay into your foe. Robus Aedilius. Barnius Fifius, time to die. Yeah, my city actually looks like this. I usually get this when my city is just tents, but nope. Dick Suckham knows how to build them too. This is a rather large engagement. It's a good thing I'm so good. Do not engage yet. One of you's running away for no good reason. And he gets engaged and probably dead. Yeah, he's gone. Not without her losses, even on the Legionnaires, but that was okay. If I end up with loads of money, I'm probably going to sacrifice one of my javelin throwers for another load of legions. Give me back my legions. Alright, they surprisingly actually have employment up here now that I give them a bit of time. Do they have fires? That's also rather surprising that they're not on fire. Let's make absolutely sure they don't catch fire. Even though it's an undesirable building. And since we already have them built up, why don't I start evolving them already? I don't like having this level of plebeiary. Now, the marketplaces. I'm never one to trust my markets. My market ladies love to betray my my patricians by walking away and not giving them the goods that they need. Especially with a loop like this, it's dangerous in a lot of ways. It's very, very, very difficult to get them all the stuff that they require and desire. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons not to like this. Interestingly, if I pushed these out by 1, I could have them cliff dwell, and then they'd actually get access to a market lady from here. And that market lady is pretty guaranteed back and forthing. I'm not going to go out of my way for that, though. I'll just swallow my pride and build 4 market ladies up here. But I'm quite convinced I need the Colosseum here. Quite convinced I need a lot of things up here. Above all else, they need to pay their taxes. Oh boy, it's tight as a tiger up here. Hopefully the school can reach them from there. The school's a bit chaotic. Always a pleasure to watch the top Season 3 streamer on Twitch. Feels good to be the best at a game. There are better city builders out there than me. As in, they're better at building cities in this game. But none of them do it live. That's where Sudazima starts having a bone to pick with me. Where's the live? Okay, yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult to get these guys up where I need them to be because the services down here are extremely unlikely to consistently walk around here. A man can dream, though, and I'm good at dreaming. There is the thought process that says, if I had a hippodrome, it's like if I had a hammer, right? I'd hippodrome in the morning and I'd hippodrome in the evening. But I think I'm causing more problems than I'm solving with that kind of approach. Oops, what was that? The Emperor requests 12 timber. I have 2 timber. Oh, okay. Well, if he's that keen on asking for my timber, I'll just make sure we keep some on hand. I'm actually going to set you to empty. Sick of you holding on to that that furniture. I want that furniture over there. Are you actually going to send it over there? Now I'm starting to wonder. He's currently trying to get rid of his wood, giving it to the furniture places, which is not what I want him to do. You know what? I shouldn't be bothered by this. It's not a big deal. I just don't like those 2 bits of furniture. Oh, they're gone now. Somebody must have bought them or taken them or something. Very good. Hey, we got rid of the tents already. I'll give these people some time to work their way up in the social hierarchy. Hippodrome would be so very nice if we fit one in. I can fit one in here. If it weren't for this being an invasion point, this would be a not too shabby place for patricians. A little bit shabby, but not too shabby. Egads, it's going to be absolute chaos getting all of the needed buildings up here. I need everybody to just do their loops properly. I guess I just build them, and then I have to take note of what does and does not go up and around here. It's not like I'm hurting for money, so it's not a huge deal. I just need you to walk along here. It's not a big deal. I need my academics as well. I'm going to need a gladiator school. I'm going to need a lion house. And I'm going to need an actor's colony. The word colony never made much sense to me as a kid. Like, why is it a colony? What sense does that make? Do you think they get school access? They must, actually. Otherwise, these guys wouldn't have evolved into Casa. Right, on top of that, we're going to need an amphitheater and theater, and I'm going to place both of them up here. Are they registered for taxes? Yes. Am I registered for having enough employees? No. Get rid of all of these. I'm going to need these employees like nobody's business. Up to 7% unemployment now. People are very pleased with me. Well, that pleasing won't work if we don't get people working. I'm a little concerned that if people walk down here and along here, they're not going to have worker access. Am I really that concerned? I'm sure it'll be fine. Eventually. If I can get up to good, stable patricians here, we've solved the money problem once and for all. You might think the money problem's pretty solved right now. And you're not far off. I'm pretty happy with how things are going. But be aggressive. Be aggressive. We can do better. They're going to wait in their furniture. They've already got the oil and their... Oh, nice. Caesar's going to love me for that one. Your relief force defeated the invading barbarians. How much damage did they take? Enough to be terrified, but they didn't die off. Sending the legionnaires was an excellent call there. I'll have to check after the map is done how large an attack that was. I forgot something very important. I forgot to import my fruits and my vegetables. I'm like a year behind on bringing these guys the food they need then. Oops. Oh, no wonder my money is looking so good. Right, so... who are the javelins? Aftish's finest of the javelins. Sorry, Aftish. You're being recommissioned into... legionnaires. There we go. Yeah, legionnaires are just going to fight better than... they're going to fight better than javelins. You might say, why not have all of the javelins be replaced by legionnaires? And that's because at best I can have 4 Legionnaires engage at once. If I try and make them any tighter than that, then they're not going to be able to engage, and that wastes DPS. Of course, if the enemy's attack is enormous, maybe it's better to have Legionnaires, but I think this is better. And that's the best reason. School or a library. So the librarian is not currently going up there, but he might. He's a clever clog, so he might someday figure out how to walk up and over there. This is why these stairs are so chaotic. It's very hard to coax your walkers up there. But he just needs to go there on one of his cycles and all is well enough.
Greetings.
I'm starving.
Ich hab Hunger. Good.
Hail, citizen! This city, we quite like it, really, don't we, Leo?
Oh, wow. People actually like my city? Something wrong here. Tell me more about how much you like my city.
This city isn't too bad, really.
Hail, citizen! This city,
Greetings.
The cities go. This one seems okay.
Greetings. This is an okay city, really. I'd give this city 8 out of 10.
That's pretty good. There are some stipulations you need to meet, or requirements you need to meet, in order for people to say your city is good. In order for them to say it's fantastic, you need to meet every one of a long list of rather esoteric demands. One of them is to stockpile 4 months of food. And that is why my London that I made has a massive amount of granaries. The more people you have, the more food you just need stored in granaries superfluously. And there's no bonus to them saying it's fantastic. They're not going to be happy to pay extra taxes or anything of the like. It's just a nice mark of building an incredibly good city. The bathhouse lady is not making her rounds up there. She's trying, but she's not trying hard enough, and I would like her to try a bit harder. I'm going to shove her over here, in the hopes that that helps. The librarian is failing to make the rounds as well. I will also relocate the librarian. All they need to do is walk up here. Just walk up and over. That deals with all of my problems. How about the academy? Academy is working fine. Good.
I'd give this city 8 out of 10.
Sounds like the same person, but the academy person and the librarian are 2 distinct walkers. Happy citizens means there's not enough unemployment. Yeah, there's that as well. Yeah, them walking down this way is a pain. There is an idea that I could trim this off and not have the routes go down this way. It's not unthinkable. Why did I even connect it to begin with? So I had easy access to the pottery? That's not a very good reason. I could just have this get pottery. Hang on, what was that? I knew it. Rome pays more wages. I gotta stay on top of that, otherwise my citizens will get very angry at being paid not astronomically more than Rome and just marginally more than Rome. Ever played Nebuchadnezzar? Yeah, I didn't like it. Felt very dead as games go. Caesar 3 has a lot of very painful mechanics. I love this game because the aesthetics and style are so strong. Nebuchadnezzar just could not bring that to the table. These guys aren't going to evolve without a barber. Fortunately, a barber is a minuscule 1x1 building, very easy to bring in. Even more fortunately, I could actually slip it in front of one of these Patrician to-bes. In front of you is actually not a bad idea. Maybe it is, because it makes it harder for these statues to impact them with their increased desirability. Because they have a range of 5, and that means they only hit the front of these patricians. I shouldn't take my chances on that. Let's see, you go there, you go there, you go there, and you go there. So this is space that's free, right? Can't not be. Xenonauts 2 is still in early access? That's mental. I played a bit of it. I got early access to it, and I had to give it a go. I'd just come out doing my insane run of Xenonauts 1. Highly disappointing experience. Okay, so here's the vegetable import, which is going agonizingly slowly. Where, oh where, are my Fruits. It's possible that the marketplaces have already grabbed the fruits. Yeah, that's what's happened. So we have imported the fruits. The markets have filled up. These houses won't eat those fruits, thankfully. There's a specific kind of house that starts consuming multiple types of food, and that's the Grand Insulae, which we might see in a moment. Yeah, there it is. Very good building, but it can get even better. They all appear to be registered for paying taxes. They better be. Just in case, maybe I should build another forum. I mean, none of these people should escape the taxation. I did win the right to build a triumphal arch for what it's worth. Might be better to put here than a large statue. If I muck up its placement, I can't ever unmuck it. It was a pretty damn good building, so sure. There you go. It's got a very long desirability range and a lot of desirability, so yeah, you just saw the markets upgrade themselves because of how resplendent it is. Could still run into problems though, just hope I don't. They're working on their wine. Why is their tent town still there, not upgrading to anything near the academy? What tent town? There's this casa. I intend to have a little bit of plebes here because otherwise I'm going to struggle for labor access thanks to the stairway being here. It's not a concern. The lack of bathhouse access is a concern. The baths are completely failing me right now. I'm going to try here instead. How's the library doing? Also completely failing me. I'll put you here then. I might have really made a mistake by having you here instead of there. I'm going to cut off this connection. It'd be nice if I could Control-C, Control-V the settings on this, but at least it's quick and easy to put in. Get. Empty warehouse. No longer accept this stuff. Get that stuff over to there, and then I'm going to trim this connection. I think having my walkers walk down here is actually making them struggle even more to see to the many needs of my patricians. Ah, they need one more god access. That's going to be a problem. I don't want to delete this and get rid of that valuable oil, so we'll leave it be for now. How are my people feeling? They're still very pleased with me. Good. Good to see proper warehouses again. Augustus made them weird. Weird how. Unfortunately, when you choose to empty a warehouse, they just empty it one by one, which is very sad. Whoops. I've had goods for Caesar and I forgot to send them to him. And he wants his wine as well. Not sure I want to give him his wine, though. Just one by one emptying this, very sadly. It can only be accessed by the tower at the back. Yeah, iron and marble getting sick. That was classic. There we go. Rome acknowledges. I still think it's a net bonus to give him goods, even if it's late. Alright, now you've given us everything. I'm going to cut you off. I'm going to cut this off. And then I'm going to hope that this doesn't muck up, but it could easily muck up. It's the bathhouse access that's letting me down here, and it's letting me down big time. Oh, but you just evolved. That's a very good sign.
This city isn't too bad.
Things seem to be working well here.
Good, good. They're all getting their smelly Roman baths. Excellent, excellent. Look at them grow, look at them go. Give you more space to evolve into a more beautiful, unique, and godlike form. By putting statues there, I control their growth so they don't grow into each other or block each other's expansion routes. Now I need to hope that this is stable. Which it might not be. There's always a possibility that it's not. You, for example, are too far away from these desirable things. Hopefully this is enough. It's probably not, though, right? It might be. It might be, but... Nah, it's not. That's a shame. How much of a shame is it? I think it's this much of a shame. Put a large statue here. Try and force him to grow into 3x3. As soon as he grows into this square, it's fine. Grow one more time. You're a real piece of work. Grow! There we go. There's thresholds at work there for desirability. In particular, he was not quite close enough to my large statue or triumphal arch to be affected by their desirability. Yeah, maybe he was close enough for the triumphal arch. Ooh, he's not actually close enough for that. That could be a problem. Don't like problems. I could get rid of this prefect, and I likely will, in a desperate attempt to make life more desirable for him. Okay, that's fine. So now we have a problem with gods. What else is new? They need access to a third god. The problem, of course, is that how do I know where to place the gods such that it actually visits all of them? Also, my gods are strangely enough pleased. Okay. There was no hint at an earthquake, and long may that continue to be the case. I've almost worked through all of my excessive libraries, by the way. Alright, let's try Mercury here. All he needs to do is walk around this loop. Don't care which way he goes. The problem is, he could go up and get lost in this granary, or this granary, or this granary out at the farms. He'd go around here. There's any number of things he could do. I'm not sure if you can give these guys a third god and then revoke the god. I know that works on palaces. I do not know if it works on villas. But yeah, I'm at the mercy of this guy. Oh, well, as long as he doesn't get lost on this square. Promising. Keep moving. Do not turn back. That was the wrong god. Yeah, was it? Anyway, there we go. We got one Grand Villa. We'll see if we can get the rest. It needs to be Grand Villa. Grand Villas have like 50% more prosperity than these large ones. There's a slight concern that they might run out of a bit of their food. Now, I do get much more food than they ever really need, but we have stormy seas here, so a bad series of blocked shipments could pose a problem.
Will that be a shave or a trim, citizen? Life here's all right, isn't it?
That's the problematic priest right there. I need him to specifically go and touch all these people. No priest, not like that. What made EU5 stay on the shelf? With your history of Unreal Engine 4, one could have thought many long plays to come. Yeah, that'd be a reasonable thing to think. Just too many frustrations, too many points where I just go with the game. It starts feeling like work after a while. There we go. Whoa, he just gets far enough. But there's our army of grand villas, with one little annoying exception right here. Since I know I produce too much food anyway, I have no big deal or no big problem doing this. That should evolve him. Yes! That's a very nice little modest patrician area, and it should have no problems building up my prosperity to the cap. Kind of. I think I might have to evolve these guys to medium insulae to get all the way to 100, though. Alright, yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty tight. I have to hope that it never falters, either. Do you want to be better than you are? I also want to make sure these people are all paying their super taxes. Seems like the forum's doing a good job of ensuring that, but more forums make absolutely sure. Tax collector ringing the doorbell. It's like, yeah, we had the other guy just last week. Have you considered rendering further unto Caesar? Alright, I think that's more or less the last of my... my library's gone. My cushion of employment is only 40 people. This game does model working age. If you're between the age of 20 and 50, you're a worker. And when you get fresh immigrants, it's mostly of people within working age. But eventually they retire and die off, and you have to worry about your new wave. And unfortunately, my city health is almost perfect, so people don't die fast enough. So what I need to do is build another batch of plebeians, not give them perfect health. But it shouldn't be too hard, because we already have pottery, we already have furniture. I might want more furniture, all things considered. Would I want more pottery, all things considered? It's hard to have too much pottery. You can try, but it's remarkably difficult. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pottery places. That's plenty, really. I have enough wine for Toga Boy, so I'll just dispatch his request right now. It's looking pretty comfortable, unless there's a really big, difficult fight, or I somehow mess up my prosperity, or... Prosperity could easily be messed up, that's the thing. Building lots and lots of tents, or vacant plots for the turn of the year, minces your prosperity. But I already have my Patricians, so how bad could it really get? Looking at it, we had, what, 3,000 people here. There's another 600, 700 people here. So I just need another 3,000. Another 40 or so small insulae. Which I probably need to make medium insulae. Let's not kid around with that. Fighting happens here. Not a ton of space I have to spare, that much is true. Just be wary of that, and save often. I think I just saved, but you know me. Ever nervous. Excuse me. 100 peace rating requirement disagrees. Frontline housing is good for high morality. Mortality. No morality. No mortality. Yeah, that peace favor goes up by 5 per year after a few years of not going up by 5 per year, which makes it an incredibly tight timeline here. You cannot afford to have riots or have any enemy destroy any of your non-military structures. Funnily enough, tents don't count. But also prosperity. Prosperity shouldn't be too difficult to raise. It can go up by, on a city like this, like 7 or 8 per year. Favor is fine, so it's just really getting that population. Alright, which means I'm going to need 10 well-placed wheat farms feeding into a granary, which feeds into... I don't know if I want to loop here or not. If I was going to loop... The fighting gets pretty close here. I'm not sure I want to loop this tight. But alternatively, it gets very, very tight here. I think I cope with this. Boy, I'm gonna need an absolute wall here. If there's so many of them that they push through and start crushing my city here, that's a big, big problem for me. That is way too close for a peace rating 100 requirement. Not gonna happen. No way, no how. How do I do it then? Because that complicates matters. Yeah, I know. The Etruscans are going to have a word or two to say about this. I could not spill across the way, but this isn't enough space for the population I require, is it? I could also pop rush if I feel really, really cheap. I could make a small plebeian place that takes me up to about 5,500, and then on the final year just pop rush and then we win. Just fill this full of tents and spam them to victory. It's adding to my list of ideas. And then you say, Jake, you'd never pop rush, and then I would recount the many, many times I've just pop rushed. So the mighty reasoning behind the pop rush is that the game only calculates prosperity at the turn of the year. So if you get to January and you get your prosperity goal, and then you build tons and tons of crappy little tents, you'll get the population towards your goal, but it won't count the prosperity, because tents destroy prosperity. Rightfully so, they're awful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not difficult to get number 10. Granary goes here, or here adjacent. That shouldn't be too difficult for anything, really. Certainly not labor access. Shouldn't burn down on me. Yeah, I think my best bet is for service buildings and such, like actor colony and whatnot, to be down here. Didn't we want the racing place? There's not really any reasonable place to put a hippodrome, and I no longer have the unemployment for it. I will soon, but I'll re-erect my library, make work. This is more than a little awkward. It's also worth pointing out that I don't have good water access for these folks, but I could change that. I could do this, because water passes through aqueducts. They're one of the cooler buildings in the game. I was so fascinated by those when I first played this game. At the tender age of very young. This is tiny, absolutely tiny. But it could be extended over here. It wouldn't be a huge problem to do so. In fact, there's a lot of reasonable space to expand over here. Especially knowing that I could put my amphitheater and theater over here. Actor colony and gladiator school over here. As they walk along, they'll give access to all of my plebes living here. That works pretty well. Does it sound like my voice is going? I feel fine, but a bit croaky. Maybe we should have a cup of tea. Okay. That covers most of everything. And that covers the rest. And between all this, that should be enough water for most use cases. Yeah, and then we fill them up. Buttercup. Not really sure I can be bothered fishing for 2x2s, or mergers rather. Fishing's the wrong word, but I will do this. We'll find the mergers, we'll keep the mergers, and then everything else can get to bloody work. There's a lot of people I'm going to need. I can build more of them over here in due time, but there we go. Don't want these people exploding on me, so... Mighty Prefect, Mighty Prefect. Even more Mighty Number Prefect. Here as well. I could have a problem with prefects going out and aggroing the Etruscans. Oh, that would be a funny, funny way to die. But make no mistake, it would be a way to die. Alright, so I've got until the end of the year to fill this up with not crap tents. Or if they are crap tents, at least make sure they're 2x2s. I'm going to very generously lower taxes for my people. I'll lower it a lot, actually, because I don't want them going on a bender, which they could well do. They're only very pleased with me. Looks like a Midwest American suburban development. Yeah, well, we're like 2,000 years early here. Isn't that loop a tad long? This isn't really the... That's a bad sign. Whoa, Nelly. This engineer was never operational. It's a wonder that everything didn't explode. Alright, emergency engineering. And that was a library, right? Hope that doesn't cause a lot of problems over here. Nah, they have recent library access, it'll be fine. Well, Roman buildings were unstable and did fall down a lot.
I wouldn't mind. These structures were in poor condition. I came along just in time. I wouldn't mind squeezing people for denarii all day long if there was a bit more nightlife here.
Even tax collector man wants to watch the lions and the gladiators. 2 Colosseums though, that's twice as many as Rome. I don't know what these people are on about. But yeah, this isn't part of the loop. This is like an offshoot. It'll be useful, and it will house people, but it's not to be considered as part of the loop. I'm not satisfied with this city. I mean, I'm happy that I'm well on my way to winning the goal here. But it's not the kind of city where I would finish up and go, yeah, that's a good city. I could neaten this up a whole lot. But by neaten up, I probably mean tear it down and rebuild it entirely. But I saw from the get-go that it was quite challenging. I am aware that I am making things look easy here. It is not lost on me. Ugh, these mergers are awful, like unbelievably bad. Maybe there's room for improvement. They're not very happy. Okay, do I drop taxes even further? I have some money to spare. I'll drop taxes then. What's the lower tax rate? I never normally drop my taxes that low. Where's my Caesar 3 tax information? Yeah, 4% is a +2 to global happiness. July already. We got that merger, which is nice. But we could be doing so much nicer. This is bloody awful. That's definitely a merger. That might be a merger. Might, but isn't. That might be a merger. Can't check, can't see my little pixel from here. Well, if you're going to disappoint me that thoroughly, I'm just going to have none of you. Extremely disappointing mergers. I mean, holy moly. Let's try something different. That's good. It's considerably better, even. Depends if you want to merge. You don't. Do you want to merge? You will not. Okay, guess we're sticking back to what we just had. And how about you? Anything? This went a lot better over here. Let's try and go for the perfect setup. This is not very perfect. Could you be a bit more perfect? Kind of, because that allows me this route for people to come in at. What was the decision about you? Good enough. All right, we repaired a bad situation. Pretty well, I might add. Which god is cheesed off the most? Ceres and Neptune in relatively easy, even amounts. Keep Ceres near the farms. Keep Neptune near the water. Seems simple enough. Yeah, there you go. That should be the last of the god buildings that we build. Rome pays yet more wages. Quite a bit more wages. So you want to pay 8 above Rome for the maximum happiness boost to your city. You might not always want to, but if I'm ever taxing, I want to pay loads of wages. Not going to fish for mergers. I wasn't going to drag my little tool to look for all the little pink pixels for it. But I still need the mergers. How many have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's wait until everything's in before I start counting. I don't think this will hurt my prosperity too much, given my vast quantity of grand villas, which are not devolving, and they're filling up rather handily. That's excellent, by the way. I'm not one to toot my own horn about this game too loud, but I have done an excellent job here. One fountain covering all of my patricians is just so good. Which means I can actually migrate this fountain over so that I can bring a small statue over here and give this guy... there we go. Medium Insulae. Nicely done. You did not want to merge. Do you want to merge, though? No. So, how many mergers am I looking for here? I think I'll forgo all of this. And instead seek merging goodness over here. This one I will check because I've already started, so I'll finish. You're good. You're not. You're good. You're not. You're good. You're not. You're good. Huh. You're good as well. That's funny. I'll have you. But if the enemy gets through here, I'm in a bad state. So let's hope they don't get through to there. Since I'm fairly certain this is about as much as I want here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11... 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I reckon I got space for several more over here. Aye, okay, I'm confident enough of that. Might still want 1 or 2 more, though. For example, I know you're okay, and I know that you are okay, so I'll take you too. Space limitation, big concern now. Now that I look at it as it stands. There's no good 3x3 available for an amphitheater. Loads of 2x2s, though. Is there any way that I could easily sacrifice for 3x3? This eats up prime land. This also eats up prime land. I could sacrifice you. And that also frees up a 2x2 for a service building. Alright, you are sacrificed then. Pink pixel there. Can't do cool things. How did the Slay the Spire run go? Oh, come on, Tarkin. Do you really want it ruined for you? Think of all the fun you could have by loading up that Slay the Spire run and watching it yourself. Just think about it. When I'm watching somebody else do Slay the Spire, I don't like knowing if it succeeded or failed. I like to watch, keep the tension high. I'm gonna watch it. Oh, okay. Well, very good. I'll let these guys come in before I start watering them. I really think with these patricians and these good plebeian houses, I don't need to worry so much about my prosperity falling through the ground. Certainly hope not. It's only been 2 attacks. Come on. 3rd attack's not even on the map. Thank you for not spoiling. I'm going to fall asleep to that VOD later, says Sidoin. Oh, very good. It is a long one, though. That might spoil how far we got, but it was 3 hours long. Not really a spoiler, right? You'll see that the moment you load up the VOD. 3 1x1s impact prosperity as much as 1 2x2. Sorry, 4 times as much. So that's another reason to always want mergers. Almost always want mergers. I said I wouldn't give them doctor access, but I think I'm going to give them doctor access. I could just not, right? Yeah, not giving access is nice. I mean, it's not nice, it's horrible, but I think it's what I'm going to do. Market ladies are going to have to go out of their way to get these goods, but that's fine. You there. I need pottery, and I probably want you to get furniture as well. Because I'm going to need these bad boys to be better buildings. Likewise, I want you to go and get furniture now to upgrade these guys to medium insulae. Surely my furniture needs can suffice. Am I still selling furniture? For 51 ducats each? Is that even worth it? Well, it's being done. Dun dun dun. Right, let's water these filthy Romans. That should do them nicely. Oh yeah, some of them aren't happy about the conditions in which they live, but that's nothing a massive chunky statue can't solve, because we're rolling in money despite our low taxation policy. And once these people are fed, they won't even care about the higher taxes. They're looking pretty well fed to me. Long, dark, well fed bonus kicking in for these chaps. I am, however, going to fall into my old problem of too many people, not enough jobs, so let's preemptively throw up a load of libraries and start taxing a ridiculous amount. Because part of prosperity is actually turning a profit each year, and I made a loss this year. Unless this final taxation boost helps us out, but I don't think it will. Yeah, there we go. However, construction doesn't count towards that. I think for Caesar's calculation, I don't know if it counts for prosperity. I think I made 9 prosperity last year. That means I made every single prosperity hit, except for the hippodrome. Because the maximum prosperity you can get in a year is 10. So yeah, that includes 10% of your people living in villas or palaces. Less than 30 or 10% of people living in shacks and tents. Double food. Yeah, lots of criteria, which I can't remember off the top of my head. What I'm saying is I am a god when it comes to this game. Yeah, I think that's what I was saying. Sounds like what I was saying. Why are they already... Ah, I see. I built my amphitheater before I even realized I'd built my amphitheater. Can I build you in a better place? I can, actually. You know what? I want my theater over here. Do I want my theater over there? Having doubts about that now. Complicates the walking pattern for them, but I think it's okay. Gladiatorial combat. Gladiators, are you ready? Actor colony, are you ready? It's less compelling. Actor colony. I love the pipette tool. Make sure it's all prefected. They'll walk up and give these people plenty of entertainment along the way. Oh, you're in range of that fort. That's hilariously bad. Yeah, I'm going to give you a break and not force you to live there then.
I've been thrown out of my home!
Not going to force you to live there if you don't want to live there. That's how magnanimous I am. Those employees needed, not enemies at the door, as you might have thought. My people are extremely pleased with me. Even the gods are happy. Desirability is a bit push and shove here, so I'm going to elevate my statues. Elevated statues don't give any better range over regular statues. But it does build something in a position where you wouldn't otherwise build anything of value, so it's good to use up this land. Putting statues, gardens, fountains on this elevated land that no one can get to is all pretty good. You can actually shove housing up there. The housing doesn't need road access, but does need a road within 2 tiles. That can get a little complicated, but only a little. And I did mention something along the lines of being Caesar 3 Jesus. I think I want to keep this for Bathhouse. Bathhouse could also go here, though. Let's see how good the Bath Lady can do from there. If she can cover everything, then I'm going to be very impressed with her. But chances are she won't, because I'm seldom impressed with the Bath Lady. She's one of the worst walkers in the game. Hospital Man's a really bad walker as well. Just give these guys plenty of gardens. They've had a bad time of it. You're right next to this giant, majestic temple. It's not enough for you. Not a lot of desirable things I can give you, but the forum is oddly enough desirable. Guess it's not that odd. Better make sure everybody's paying their taxes. Yeah, oracles and small temples are both banned. That made things a little awkward at the start of the run. Especially because marble wasn't particularly well accessible, but at least you didn't have to import marble. Truly monstrous map makers make maps with no small temples, no oracles, and no local marble. To the point where you have to go into debt to open up a trade route to get access to marble. It's ridiculous. But the world has ridiculous people. It's nice having enough money that I can just slam down desirability buildings without having to worry about it. Generally speaking, I prefer to build gardens than 1x1 statues, but gardens on corners can cause weird things for walkers, so I avoid that where I can. Do I only have 2 markets here? Do I only have 1 market here? I have 2 markets. I would rather have 4. There you go. Sounds like a slight at me, but I've never done so. Do you have an opinion about Anno 117? I got an opinion about Anno. I don't like it. I played Anno 1404 and I played Anno 18 something or other, and I didn't like either of them. I don't like their fairly restrictive building systems. I hate their maps because it's just blobs of inconspicuous land on an ocean. I don't honestly like their gameplay mechanics that much. There's nothing to like. Why would I like the game when there's nothing to like? Unanswerable questions. Looking good. Looking really good. This guy hates where he lives. Poor guy. I could improve desirability, but what if I don't want to? Alright, fine, I have some statues. I'd rather build oracles here. They're more powerful and to keep the gods off my back, but no oracles, gotta make do with what we have. And what we have are no oracles. You know what? I need my own home. Screw all these people. I'm working, breaking my back for them. I want my own little house. The idea was that the house would improve your desirability. It didn't happen, though. I thought the house did have a range of 4. Yeah, well, there you go. Fairly getting there on the population goal. Don't you like the kick-ass campaign and the storytelling of the Germans? Never. Have the collective works of Germany ever given a story that's good? Sans the Hippodrome and the existence of a Senate, my city does look like that. Triumphal Arch, Patricians, plebes living in good housing, and hey, we got pretty good on the Medium Insulae here. I have to hope that there aren't problems, though. There can always be problems with not having enough goods, not having enough foods as well. This granary has never been particularly bursting at the seams. And I've got a big pace rating to fulfill. Actually leads to an interesting quandary where you've got a good city, you meet the requirements, but you still have to hold on. That means that you have to suffer through, what's the D word? Demographics. And demographics can be fierce. You know, in 10 years, we're going to lose all of this workforce and gain this workforce. And then 10 years after, we gain this workforce. That's a little bit grim. I'm making entirely too much money, so I'm going to drop taxes. I mean, if I make all that money, it just goes to Caesar, and that's not what I'm about. This setup here is a little bit interesting. I could, if pushed, enact the prefect defense. My army is swift enough to be able to block or body block from any attacks here, but I could go brrrt and then build a lot of prefects to go and fight. yeah, we're South Korea and Japan right now. Soon to be Europe. That brings you up to medium insulae. This guy continues to be a problem. I don't know what I could do to reasonably bring up his desirability. I dropped my taxes so I didn't have to faff around with more make-work buildings. Worst thing that could happen is that my patricians stop being glorious patricians. You know, plebes, they can rise and fall, but the patricians would be a big problem. Furniture lacking. Furniture constantly lacking. Why so bad? Okay, I need to stop exporting my furniture altogether. It's not worth the money to begin with. Pottery... I should probably just stop exporting pottery as well. Oil? Sure. Wine? Also sure. Timber? Yeah, but let's not export those goods because they're very useful. And they get split up into a lot of warehouses as is. In fact, so useful I'm going to expand my furniture production. Yeah, no towers, no walls, no gatehouses, no nothing. You get untrained legions and that's it. We're not playing Augustus, so we are limited to 6 legions. I'm having thoughts. I probably shouldn't do that. I'm curious how far the hospital guy could go if I put him somewhere like here. I'm curious enough to try to find out. L'Hôpital, go, tell me. The hospital walker's really pathetic. I don't think he'll be able to make his way around here in its entirety, but he can try. I also spy some little crappy unevolved houses like you. That's not going to be enough for you. Bit of a shame I can't quite build something over there to help you out. Da-da-da-dun, da-da-da-dun. I quite like mixed insulae. I was inspired by one person who built a city that had mixed insulae, and it looked so good. So anything from a large casa up to a grand insulae just mixed together I think look great. Because when you have these mono blocks, they do get really samey, but when you mix in these, I think it's a bit more visually appealing. This game does so much with so little, right? You see the red houses, you know you have... You see the red roofs, you know you've got fairly good plebeian housing. The color coding is so strong in this game. And it's something that so many games these days just cannot pick up on. A lot of people, I think one person has very vocally told me that he thinks Slay the Spire card art is ugly. And they brought up Magic the Gathering cards, or was it Hearthstone cards, some other kind of cards, and said, look at the intricate detail on these, they look so much better. And sure enough, But what Slay the Spire does really well with its cards is that at a glance, you don't need to read the words. You know the card because they all have such striking visual differences between them. And when I saw all the intricate artwork on Magic the Gathering cards, I was like, well, what is even going on here? Yeah, it's beautiful, but what exactly is it? Anyway, it's lost technology when it comes to video game development. This guy is still not good enough, right? I shouldn't be having any hovels around here. There's no excuse. Beta art's a different story altogether, of course. And I know you know that. Does this guy even... Whoa, how in the world do you have bathing access? The bath's all the way over there. It's entirely possible that this guy is a cool enough cucumber to turn into insulae. Wow. Insulae next to the lion pit, the gladiator house, the marble quarry. Good Romans. No poor houses in your city? Who will do the worst jobs then? The poorest house, I think, is this large casa right here. With some wailing and gnashing of teeth. Ah, hell, let's do it. If I locate you over here... I'm actually going to be short on population by a little bit. I'm not opposed to pop rushing for the end of this. Especially if it's just by a few hundred. I mean, how many do I have to squeeze in for this? Like, I don't know how full these buildings all are, but they look pretty full to me. Yeah, a few of them have room for a little bit more. So let's assume that we're at 6,000. I'd need 400. That's just 5 sets of medium insulae. It's not a lot. I could cram them over here, honestly. But I won't. Anyway, I'm curious if I can get you up to speed. That does require that librarian to make the rounds that the previous one did. Otherwise, I face devolution. I'm not talking about Scottish devolution here. Turn left. Ah, see. Easy. The Jesus of Caesar 3 is at work. And I think I'll leave it as mixed insulae like this. Looks good. Alright, Caesar can suck him. I have everything you need. I don't have everything you need. I guess my imports of timber need to go above 20 or so. And that should be all that it takes, right? Yeah, there we go. My timber is working well. This is the only building that unsatisfies me right now, I think. If I look at my entire society, it's that building right there. That's you. I cannot think of any way to squeeze additional desirability there that doesn't screw with whatever I have right now. Is that true? That bathhouse could be replaced with a statue if the baths could be moved elsewhere. The baths almost certainly cannot be... Wait... No, it would be unreasonable. Unethical. If this bathhouse lady walks up here, then I could get rid of that, but I'm not sure if she does. My loyalty to Rome never forgotten. We have the full 100 favor. Now we just have to painfully wait for 12 years to get the peace requirement up. I think I can actually speed up this game speed. I've been playing on 80% for quite some time. Yeah, you make your way around here. But at this stage, I could actually remove you. No longer do I need all those weapons being made. So if you are able to satisfy all these clients, then I could be able to get rid of you and build a statue to allow that to evolve. Are you going to come down here? No, you satisfy these two and that, well, ostensibly that person. Yeah, you definitely take care of them, that's good. But yeah, you don't help these people out, which is a problem. So unless this bath lady comes down here, I can't accept this this substitute. I have lost track of the hours that I've spent just making slight tweaks, watching walker behavior. Oh, yeah, her walking distance isn't good enough there. And you're not going to come down here this time. Yeah, no, you try, but you fail. It's right, we have people attacking soon. Let's not have them break my my beloved home down. We still making money here? Yes, we are. I'd love to raise taxes, but then I'd have to make work, and I'm a bit meh about that right now. As long as we're making good profit like this, all is well. The grand villas are completely fleshed out, so I have 600 patricians here, making up 10% of my population. And that aids my prosperity growth, at least. Could you move a farm and a bath? The farms are not really able to be moved. Nah. Not only that, everything's very tightly put together here. I don't want to risk upsetting the delicate balance. Yeah, even a small statue here wouldn't make a difference. Yeah, I'll just leave them there. I'm sure there is some solution that I'm not thinking of, but I'm not thinking of it. What's your range? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... No, it's not close enough. Nor would a large statue here fit. And I need all of these farms. I'm barely making enough food for these people as it is. Switch the forum with a bath. Unacceptable. These people must pay their taxes. I guess I could try. Alright, bath lady, I need you to go down to here. This is the target. Turn left and keep moving. That's turning left. I think you hit there. I think that worked. Let's believe. Insulae. Alright, very good. Now we're not blemished by one large casa. You better keep that bathhouse access. I'm gonna have to lower taxes or make more make work. The make work is something in the region of 20 libraries, which I don't really want to do. I'll just drop taxes. Who's unhappy, by the way? Everybody. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. And let's see. People are pleased with me. Very good. Very, very good. I guess at the very least I could make taxes a bit less... I could make unemployment a bit less burdensome for everybody. He has forgotten the number for that. If I keep the unemployment below 25%, that's only -2, and it is below 25%, so good enough. That's still astronomical unemployment. What's the current Western civilization unemployment numbers? It's like 8% or so? 9%? And here we are with 25. Ooh, well, it's getting up to 25. What are the goals of the Caesar stream? It's right here. I need to hit 100 prosperity, which means have good quality housing and turn good profit. Oh no! I forgot to get pottery here. Because I clipped this off and I didn't make this guy get pottery. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh no! No. the existing pottery lasted a good long time. Well, goodbye prosperity. Hey, they're attacking from here this time. Alright, come get some. Want to bait them into an early attack. Too early. I've made things a little awkward for myself. Can I throw some javelins from here? Yeah, there we go. That brings them in. They're going to meet my wall. I want you back a bit. They're going to meet my wall of legions. And my legions should absolutely mince them, even though they're going for the flank here. Legions are pretty good against projectile attacks. Nice of my units to surrender their own forts. It's kind of funny in a way. There we go, in a stick-throwing competition I'm not going to lose. There we go, back we go. Get those replenished. So, slight problem is that my patricians are going to regrow in an awkward way. Really quite awkward way. I need you to grow out to there. I need you to grow down to here. And I need you not to be there at all. So sadly, I'm just going to have to delete these. Okay, that's kind of good. I need you to grow down the way. Yeah, as expected, that isn't good enough. Here, this will help. There we go. Okay, phew. Complete disaster averted. This guy doesn't like the small tents living next to him. Well, I'm working on it, chap. There we go. Boy, that could have been really, really bad, I should have thought. When I cut off access to these bits of pottery, didn't think about that one not having any. Yeah, there are no towers, Punkens. We are severely limited on our defensive options here. Prefecture, fort, and barracks. Fortunately, we have loads of weapons at our beck and call, so we can replenish the lost legions nice and easy. That's not what I wanted you to do. I was hoping you would merge. Why didn't you merge? I suppose it's not a huge deal if you don't merge. I'm going to do this for you then. I have the money for it, so I'm not worried about it. They should get large enough and then become a medium villa, and then better things will happen. Can't buy vases for 1 day. Instant dark. It wasn't a day though. It was ages that they had no vases. I cut this off aeons ago. Just the marketplaces had a lot of pottery backed up, so it took a while for the issues to manifest. So just give them a little bit of time. They'll get their pottery and whatnot back. Access to various buildings and services.
There's enough unemployment here to make your hair stand on end.
No, you don't say. I was hoping to get more of them back before the turn of the year, though. Okay, that's good. That's excellent. Oh, that's damn near perfect. There we go. Grow, gadget, grow. Alright, so we're largely back to where we were in terms of the patricians. It's just that they depopulated quite a bit, so the taxes will hurt. And would you look at that? Back up to my patricians in time for the turn of the year. They just need to wait a bit on the extra god to come and pay a visit. Mercury, no doubt, because they got Venus and Mars right at their fingertips. Their podgy fingertips. This guy stocked up on loads of furniture and oil and pottery because he absorbed the other houses that were there. And when you absorb a house, you absorb all of its goodies. So it's possible to stack a vast amount of oil, furniture, etc. in one house. I don't know of any practical applications for it, but I'm sure there are some. Should I be concerned that my prosperity didn't grow there? Not really. I made a loss, and that's why. And I made a loss because my tax rate's too low. And my tax rate's too low because my unemployment is too high. And my unemployment is too high because I can't be arsed making make work. Maybe I should be arsed. It's just so ugly, man. Hideous. What does this achieve? That'll make me feel bad about myself. Maybe that's a means to an end. Could stack some more buildings here, but I worry about making some of these walkers change their destinations. Or their patterns, rather. And that is what happens. Make no mistake about it. Nearby buildings can impact how walkers react. Well, that brings unemployment down to 15 or so %. I'll raise taxes to 14 to compensate. And that should be fine. Might miss the 10% of the population requirement too with these half-full houses. Nah, just a few houses to be built and we hit the target. I think it's much more important to hit the prosperity and peace and then get that last population. And also keep a gift in my back pocket for Toga Boy. Ooh, right, he wants more stuff. How much does a Greek manuscript get? I'm gonna turn my salary back on, actually. That way I'll have some more money in my back pocket for if I need to bail out my favour with a gift to Caesar at the last moment. Can't always be assured that he has a request for me. 98% of the population paying tax is pretty good. It's probably something like you or you escape. Well, not with a forum there. Someone out there is evading taxes. As is a God-given right. Still crime. I guess they're not happy about paying 14% taxes. Alright then, 11% if you insist. What did Toga Boy just want there? 32 weapons. Whew. He's not messing around, is he? Fortunately, though, I was well on top of this from the get-go, so I'm not concerned. Jake's on a real-life quest to dodge taxes in as many countries as possible. I'd love to dodge more taxes. I willingly pay taxes for 4 freaking countries. Well, the Swedish one's not very willing, and the American one is definitely very unwilling. But, yeah, I pay my Hungarian taxes with a relative smile on my face. The gravy train is kind of closed on the British ones, but I still better pay them or else no pension for me down the line.
I hope I don't lose my job. Unemployment is so high here, I wouldn't get another.
Hey Jake, any plan to visit Capitalism Lab? There's no real reason to. I did everything. I did a 100% run that did everything in Capitalism Lab. So once I'd done that, I was like, okay, why would I ever play again? I was struggling to come up with a reason, and since I haven't found one, I haven't played it again. Caesar grows ever more impatient for his delivery, but I'll give it to him at the turn of the year. That way I get loads of salary for myself, and although I lose -2 favor for paying myself my expected salary, I'll get it all back from sending him that marble. You lose only 1 favor per year instead of 2 if you give yourself a lower salary than expected. Which is usually what I do at the start of a campaign, but like many things, I forgot at this time. I'm surprised you're still paying taxes in Sweden, but you gotta fund the welfare state somehow, I guess. Yeah, I paid my last, hopefully, taxes in the past year. I got a very, very unpleasant letter saying, yeah, see all those taxes you paid. Ooh, wasn't enough. And there were some extra things to make it extra painful. Like, you know, if I'd paid them on this year, they could have been offset with this thing and paid much less, but sorry, you didn't. Painful. And Swedish taxes are, oh, they're ball-bustingly high. It's part of the reason I left the country. Anyway, I paid that off, and that should be the last I ever pay to Sweden. I keep my Swedish passport, keep my Swedish citizenship, and I never ever return. Oh, man can dream. Never returning to Sweden. Sounds wonderful. Now, if that occurs, I could have more make work over here if I want to make oodles of money. It's not in that big of a risk from invasion, is it? And if it is, I could just destroy the buildings before it becomes an issue. Because we still need some make work here. I really don't like the look of culture buildings. They're all white. They really stick out like a sore thumb on the map. I mean, for me, if I focus looking at the libraries, it actually hurts my eyes. They're so blindingly brightly white on my 0% brightness monitor. Oh, it's all funny to me. All right, let's bring those taxes back up now that I have my people gainfully employed. We can have them even more gainfully employed. Like, it's a little risky, right? If the attack comes, these libraries are going kaput. I need to keep a lazy eye on the prosperity. I'm not entirely sure this is going to be high enough. What I should do is see how it changes from 86 to whatever, and then I'll know if I'm at my prosperity cap if I don't get that. What's going on here? Oh, all those things that I built just got rid of their access to the hospital. That's kind of funny. Also kind of sad. I don't think deaths are going to have any real impact at this point, so I'm just going to give them access to a doctor. A clinic, that is, rather than a hospital. That's going to mess with demographics in the next 15 to 20 years, but guess who's not going to be in charge in this city in 15 to 20 years? Is yours truly. Toga Boy takes over and starts skimming off all my tax income right off the top. Because he's a monster. Unaccountable monster. Spy an opportunity to make you a medium insulae. I know I was talking about how much I like the mixed insulae, but now that I think about it, I should go for the win here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Grain buildings. If I really need to push up prosperity by a tiny lick, I could bring these guys up. Could also turn this into a Patrician. Why did I not think of that? Probably because getting desirability next to that guy is nigh on impossible. Is it even feasible to bring in one more Patrician here? Don't know why I settled on the number 6 here. I could have had 7 or 8. It's not looking good for it. Not looking good for it at all, and I risk scuppering what I already have. What about a cheeky little house here? A 3x3 would fit, and there's a lot of space for desirability boosting. And it could be watered. We should see where the prosperity is going first. If the prosperity isn't going high enough, I could probably shove a Patrician over here. There's bound to be something that doesn't walk far enough, but I think even a medium villa would help out a lot here. They should fix that library thing with a proximity requirement. You go down proximity too much and then bang, you've got Anno. Or even City Skylines. And I'm not playing this to experience City Skylines. Yeah, as soon as you don't look at the libraries, City looks quite good. But it doesn't join the Hall of Fame of completed cities that I've done. This needs some actual planning. Still, we're here to defeat some tasks here. And in 8 years, assuming no revolts, we'll have all the peace we need to win. And we have 9 years. What? Oh, God. That's tight. 8 years, because you make 5 peace per year. And we need 40 to get to 100 peace. Gotta be careful then, I can't have any revolts. Revolts will drag down a peace rating. But yeah, it just went up by 5. Ah, crap, I didn't pay attention to prosperity. What was it last year? It was 80 something. 86 maybe? So it went up by 8. So the prosperity will now go to the cap. Of that I can be fairly confident. You know, I just want to speed this up. Wait, doesn't Toga Boy want something of me? He wants those weapons. I wonder if he wants a true pay of performing slaves as well. You know what? Take these weapons. I'll stop paying myself. I don't deserve money. This is a real test of my city's ability to hold together. Because I can't really intervene at this speed. Rome wants obnoxious amounts of furniture. Fortunately, I am known to hold obnoxious amounts of furniture. Distant battle. Well, my armies are as ready as they'll ever be. $100 prosperity. We don't need anything more than this. That's nice. Just the population, I suppose. Such storms. That was one of my dearly parted dog's names, Storm. Horrible dog. Very revolting. Kept eating coal. The enemies are closing. Loyalty rewarded. That peace requirement's something else. People love me. Risk of crime is non-existent. Could we get another Patrician villa? It's not really worth screwing anything up here. Like his requirement of 32 additional marbles. I have a gift to give him, so it's no big deal that I just fulfill his demands right now. Well, it could be a risk if the map maker stops his requests coming in altogether now. That would be horrible. Alright, well, the enemies are on their way. Enemies of Rome are abound, so I better slow down in case they immediately attack. So yeah, no secret that I'm not satisfied with what I've built here, but I'm pretty satisfied about the challenge that I've risen up to deal with. The terrain here is cumbersome, and although it looks like there's a lot of space left, is there really? I mean, your only food source is this, essentially. And this is an invasion point, this is an invasion point, and they didn't come from here. Or maybe they've just not come from here so far. I don't know how random the assignments are of the invasion points, but it looked like it was here, here, and here from the offset. But yeah, not an easy map. I know I've made a lot of things look easy here, but that is because I am Midas touched. Send me into a big city with a couple of twiglets and a cotton ball, and I'll come back wealthy as can be. But only if I have to, because I'm really lazy when it comes to making money. I really wonder what my prosperity cap is. One thing I wish they would add in Julius is telling you what your prosperity cap is. Pretty sure Augustus does it. But I gotta say, the peace requirement on this is obnoxiously tight. If you have too many criminals, or a single revolt, or even a single building falls from an attack, and you don't have a lot of space to protect yourself, no walls or that, then you just lose on the peace requirement. 100 ways to lose on this map. Alright, well, assuming this final attack doesn't do us in, that should be everything. Game, set, and match. Togaboy wanted another set of loads of wood. Wait, he wants a full 32 of wood. It's been a right piece of work, so yes. Yet more enemies of Rome are on their way. Whoa, 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 slow down from that. Moving my javelineers such that they trick my foe into engaging early. If they would be so kind as to throw a freaking javelin. You can't actually attack from the bits here. Oh, hold on, hold on. Oh, that poor guy got caught out. That's a big attack, jeez. Jeez, that's a big one. There are rather a lot of Etruscans coming my way. I feel very, very satisfied with going for 4-2 on my unit arrangement, because look, they can diamond up and punch through this, and they're about to just flank my javelineers to death. Engage. Ooh, nicely defended though. There's not another attack coming in. Probably not another attack for the rest of the run. Well, I mean, maybe. But if I held that off, my peace rating should be secure. I've said it many times before, and I'll say it again. This is not an RTS. So generally speaking, I don't rate maps pretty highly for giving me very challenging military engagements. I see military engagements as a way to make the player incentivize the economy behind building up an army. It could also be used as a way to build a city such that you don't take space for granted. For example, if you have a large sprawling map, but very open edges, then it's a nice test to centralize your city and your defenses so you can defend in any direction. Or set up a competent, although labor-intensive, wall and tower stuff. But yeah, it's not something for microing your units around. That certainly does not make me happy. Favor 100, prosperity 100, peace 85, 3 years, peace maxes, and we win. And yeah, I'm not going to ruffle any feathers here. I'm just going to build some emergency tents at the end. Shouldn't take a lot to get 400 pop. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Shouldn't take a lot, he says. Confident in himself. Let's not run out of employees now. That would be a really, really sad way to lose. Usually your first employee lacking is something like a hospital, then it doesn't walk far enough to your patricians, and your patricians devolve, and then... Well, let's say if that happens at this point, I'm done, because I wouldn't be able to rescue my prosperity. Not within 3 years. Walls and towers look better than a bunch of libraries. Yeah, for sponging up labor, absolutely.
Things seem to be working well here.
Everything seems to be working well here.
Nice to hear positive things about my city. Not much of a city, though. More of a hamlet. Wait, didn't Togaboy want wood? He does, and he still wants that wood. Alright, well, I guess it's no big deal to no longer export wood. It barely makes any money, right? I mean, it makes money, but... yeah, taxes have overtaken everything else. So we just fill up our one warehouse here full of lumber and all as well. You might need your hobo town sooner than you thought. Nah, peace hits 100 in 2 ticks of the years, and then we're done. I want someone to make Hellhome from Frostpunk in this game. Hellhome. Gonna have to narrow that one down for me. Hellhome. Togaboy's utterly overjoyed. Favor is easily reached to 100 by sending him, well, anything. But it'll be probably a troupe of performing slaves at this rate. And then we should be done in 2 years, which is good because we only have 3 years. Oh, winter hell. Oh, God. How about effing snow? Wait. Still people needed? There you go. I spotted a devolution there, but it wasn't my patricians, so it's no big deal. I imagine it was some kind of lack of furniture or similar for one of these plebeians. Not a big deal is what I'm getting at. No more attacks. Well, that frees up all this space for my my tent town. Is that no housing or cannibalism? I've never done no housing. No housing... is that even possible? Your people get really, really angry from lack of housing. And if the generator isn't on, they die. But don't ask me to do more Frostpunk runs. Not only have I finished that game well and truly, I don't remember how to play it. If I fired it up, I'd be all thumbs. I don't remember any of my old tricks. And well, I remember the cookhouse trick, but I don't have the finesse, right? I was on my A game with that game. And we're done. I mean, barring some kind of catastrophic failure. There we go. 100, 100. We have the gift for Toga Boy. And now we do the most shameful move that any governor could do. And that is just destroy his forts. And substitute his defenses with the tents. What's that? 1, 2, 1, 2. Truly horrifying stuff. Now get in there. That sound like I'm watching a snooker game. Get in! They are very liable to explode, so Patrician, but not Patrician, Prefect, more Prefect, even more Prefect, Revenge of the Prefect. And then give them Engineers as well, because the Prefects... Tents never collapse, but Prefects can collapse. Now you don't want that happening. I don't want that happening. You probably do, because you're a monster. Watching this willing me into failure. A lot of people will me into failure on Caesar. But I take it as the compliment that it is. People know that I'm Caesar Jesus. Maybe Jesus is not a great name to be bringing up when it comes to a Roman game like this. No more taxes for anybody. Now get in. Come on, Blue Pants Tribe. That'd be amazing to come in at the last minute. It would certainly scupper any last minute pop rushes like this. And in they come. Ooh, they have to take the long way around because I didn't give them a path over here. I thought they had a path. They don't, however. Alright, well, now they do. Yeah, you want your immigrants to be able to get to their new houses as quickly as possible. And we're done like dinner. What was it? It was a Cisalpine complete. I mean, ashamedly complete, but it is done, and we know it's done because all we need to do is click this button. Well, we could click either of these buttons, but I'll click both. Doop. Whew. It's a shame we never get a voice thing for this, but I just have to imagine it's Toga Boy saying, "Congratulations! Once again, you've proven yourself to be one of Rome's finest governors." Why does he keep saying one of? One of these days I'm going to go into the game and change this line. So it says, once again, you've proven yourself to be the finest governor that Rome has ever seen or will ever see. Because holy smokes, I'm good at this game. Says man who pop rushes the end. I like this map a lot. I understand that it didn't look very difficult. But Baron is in chat, and Baron also ran this map. Maybe he could give a second opinion on it. How do I keep failing to find it? Cisalpine Valley. It's not difficult. Yeah, it looked like I had plenty of space, but I really didn't. And the space is awkward. It's not Marek map level of raised land, but in fact, let's just drag this across and see what we have to work with. This is really not good building land. This is a bit iffy. Having to go across a river into a place that is hostile is iffy. It was quite inspired to use this as my starting area. It's close to the entry point. I always use this for building areas if I can. But the food is awkward. Even the sheep get in the way of planting down your initial buildings. Thank God you get local wheat. If you didn't have access to local wheat, I'm not sure I would have beaten this because you would need twice as much space for all your farming. You really can't stumble at all, says Baron. Yeah, that's the point. Stumble on your Patricians devolving at a bad point, which mine almost did. Lose your prosperity, no time to get them back. Take any damage in a fight, any riot, or too many criminals, peace rating can't make it. We made our peace rating with 1 or 2 years to go. There's barely enough space for the population, barely enough space for feeding the population. The favor seems pretty hard to mess up, but I imagine if you don't get your industry up in time, it can be very easy to miss the demand, and then you're chasing after that, and then you miss the next demand. But I recognize the fact that our beloved Josvi only gave us these locations to mine from, so I inferred that it's very important to get marble and iron as soon as possible. The large temple only was a bit cruel, but that was an early game challenge that we rose to. Probably could have snipped 2,500 off the starting denarii and tightened the early game challenge, but I think that just means I would have jumped into debt a little earlier, and it would have been even more of a knife edge. You know what? I take that back. The map was very well balanced. The fact that I rose to the occasion and crushed it is merely because I'm a fantastic player. But I enjoyed this map a lot. Very nice. It does what it did particularly well. Didn't feel the need to go and do everything, and I quite like the limitation that we had on the buildings. So thank you, Josvi. A wonderful Christmas gift that I came to deal with in, let's see, today is the 8th of January.